Welcome. I'm Ada Kay, your deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama, providing ASL interpretation when possible, while making justice accessible to everyone. Grab your favorite cup of Java and let's dive in.
Sorry, there's the mic. Sorry about that. Thank you for being here today. Yes, I'm on a remote location. I'm with a dear friend who's been ill, and we're in the hospital, but everything's going good considering. So today we've got an interesting trial coming in. This is a sleeper trial, and basically it is Brandon Isabelle who is being tried for the red room of his wife and 2-day-old child. I'm going to go ahead and give you a quick rundown while we're waiting for court. So this happened on or around February 1st of 2022 in Memphis, Tennessee, in the Whitehaven neighborhood. The victim is Danielle Hoyle, age 27, the mother of Kennedy Hoyle, their newborn daughter, just 2 days old, y'all. So this is going to be a warning. And I'll put a warning up in the banners when the court starts that this will be dealing with infant fatality. So Brandon Isabelle lured Hoyle, to meet him with their 2-day-old baby. He then shot Danielle in the head. Her body was found near the vehicle, and the vehicle had a broken window. He allegedly took the newborn Kennedy from her car seat, drove to the Upper Mud Island boat ramp, and tossed the baby into the Mississippi River. He also allegedly tossed the murder weapon in with her. Kennedy's body has never been found, despite the multi-agency search. There are two counts of first-degree redrum for Hoyle and the newborn daughter, and aggravated child abuse, neglect, aggravated kidnapping. Uh, the defense has pled not guilty on the indictment. He was indicted back in September of 2022. The trial does start today. Opening statements are what we are waiting for right now. So the mother's body was recovered. The newborn baby has never been recovered or found. The factor in that is the effects. This will factor into and affect how the prosecution must prove the newborn's unaliving, i.e., the circumstantial evidence, any confessions or forensic or eyewitnesses. Admissibility and credibility in the confession statement that was given, whether Isabelle alleged confession or statement, if recorded, will be allowed, and how credible will this recording be? The defense may challenge the coercion and context or the murder liability. That's okay, guys. They had a little giggle over here. You can giggle. We're all good. I just forgot to tell them I was live. So whether Isabelle, the confession will be admitted, we don't know. The motive intent is proving first degree redrum requires a show of intent and premeditation. The prosecution alleged that he lured her, which suggests planning and premeditation. The defense may argue something else as an accidental and non-premeditational. The knowledge on this is that the child showing that he knowingly unalived or disposed of a newborn, even though the body was not found, also established that he knew what he was doing was at the time. He was in his right mind. The kidnapping child abuse charges, these are additional charges, will turn on specific statutory definitions, and that all depends on how they do try him in this trial. The lack of a body is going to be a slight concern in this. There are legal precedences that no body homicide cases, so the prosecution must often rely on strong circumstantial evidence, confessions, witnesses, or testimony. If convicted, the penalties are very severe, especially for the first-degree redrum in Tennessee. First-degree redrum punishable by life in prison or the possibility of a DP. The case is strong and emotional and starting to get a lot of public interest, so we need you guys to self-care. This is going to be a difficult case for all. I want to welcome first in chat today, Miss Amy and Miss June. Welcome, Nightbot. We just love our Nightbot. Deborah Owens, welcome so very much. Thank you, Angela, for being here. Oh, I missed somebody. Where is it? I saw her, but I missed her name. Forgive me, y'all. I think Teresa was in here, but I don't see her. Where did she go? All right, guys. What we're going to do is I'm going to pop this court feed up. There we go. I'm going to go off camera for a moment. We are waiting for trial to begin. I'll be here shortly. Thanks for joining. Okay, guys. Like I said, I am with a friend in the hospital, so we will be hopping in and out of this stream. That's why I'm not at home. So what are you trying to, how do you accidentally throw a 2-day-old baby in the river? You don't. I can't hear the court feed. But I don't have the volume up. Let me get my volume all the way up. I hope you don't have the music playing. That is something I do not want to get copyrighted for. I don't have it. Yeah, this is definitely not an accident when you take a lead shooter and off the head of the mother of a baby, and then you pick up the baby, you drive down to a boat ramp and toss it in the This is a very sick man. Very, very sick man. Let me go in and create my banner. Delete. Delete. I've got a lot of old banners in here. Got to clean them out. I forgot. So, but this is going to be a very much a self-care case. Let me just edit this one. Includes the content of a infant. Okay. There we go. There we go.
Visit Indeed.com/hire.
I got volume.
The death of 20-year-old Melody Hoffman.
Prosecutors say that Van Patten conspired with Hoffman's boyfriend, McKinley Louisma, to kidnap Hoffman, where they then
You can keep it playing.
allegedly stabbed her with a machete and then dumped her body in a nearby pond.
Brutal, senseless crime.
Oh,
I'm
how
here.
horrible.
Let's get you back into that courtroom now, where a special agent is on defendant.
6:30, and Mr. Van Patten's calling Mr. Louisma on Facebook?
Correct.
But no answer.
No.
Okay. All right. What happens next?
Just following that attempted phone call, see that message from Dakota Van Patten that says, bro, why do you want to add me?
Dad, what's that mean?
That means removed as a friend. So usually through Facebook, you can still communicate, or through that, you can still communicate through Messenger, even if you're not friends with that person, but you may not have access to you. Certain portions of a profile or show that there's that relationship.
So does this indicate that Dakota Van Patten had potentially realized that Mr. Louisma unadded him as a friend and removed him as a friend.
Yes, that they're no longer friends, obviously.
Moving on here, the next entry starts here just within about 5 more minutes. So we're still in that 6:30 type hour on the 19th. What's happening there?
Yes. Or on is and
On here just within a couple of seconds.
so this is his girl, he just got locked up.
Okay. So if we take that at face value, then is it also reasonable that it was?
I'm sorry.
Well, this is his girl. He just got locked up. Someone's identifying themselves as Mr. Louisma's girl.
Yeah, I'm gonna check too. This is speculation.
Overruled.
I'm not sure. I don't know on that.
But this, and then within another 10 seconds or so, what's the next message?
For what?
And that's from,
It's from Dakota to Plaza.
okay,
And then we see shortly thereafter, about 9 seconds later, Louisa says, call me ASAP or ASAP, so as soon as possible. And then provides a phone number. That phone number comes through about 3.5 minutes later. And the phone number, this is on here, I was able to indicate that one was paired back to a number we had known for Dakota, which was the licensed girlfriend. And then shortly thereafter, within 29 seconds, there's a video call that takes place from Dakota to Louisa that lasts 291 seconds. So almost 5 minutes.
so based on the surrounding circumstances of these messages here, it appears that there was a video call initiated by Mr. Van Patten to whoever's got Mr. Louisma's account active.
Correct, after Louisa asked him to log in.
Then what's taking place next?
So at the 19th at 6:38 p.m., Dakota says answer your phone. And then again, a couple seconds later, 2 seconds later, Dakota states, or it's me calling. And then it jumps forward about an hour, so there's about an hour lapse. So it would be February 19th at 7:38 p.m. And Louisa says this is crazy. Responds within a minute that says, did they say what happened?
Okay. All right, that's all we have for there. Special Agent Boostman, did you also participate in the execution of the search warrant at Mr. Van Patten's residence on the 21st?
I was testing for it, yes.
Did you aid and during the processing of that search warrant and obtaining the classes that have been identified as Melody Hoffman's on the scene so it could be identified by Megan Hoffman?
Yes, the glasses were out as being there. I don't know if we were looking for glasses and they were missing from Melody Hoffman when she was found deceased. And so the glasses were similar in style, they were bought out for identification.
Really quick, publish again, Your Honor. Please, 10.12. Is that photo you took of the glasses that were recovered at Mr. Van Patten's residence?
Yes.
And you forwarded that to Special Agent Kelly, so more identification could be made on them?
Correct.
Okay. All right. That's all I have for this witness.
Thank you. This witness, you testify that your job mainly in this investigation was to, what you identified as Facebook Messenger between profiles of Mr. Lee. Just to be sure, when you were talking to, this is what Louisma is saying, this is what Van Patten is saying, profiles, correct?
That is what the profiles are saying, correct?
The phone operating these accounts, correct?
That is correct.
As part of your work in this case, did you have a chance to review the Facebook account associated with Mr. Van Patten?
I did.
Well, were you able to review his friends? And could you briefly tell the jury what does it mean to be friends on Facebook?
So friends on Facebook is you have the availability to add a person as a friend, which gives them potentially extra permissions, shows respect for privacy, where you are not friends, you are unable to see their connection and more availability to share information.
And I'm going to just use a very basic example. If I want to be your friend on Facebook, you have to accept my request, correct?
That's correct.
Did your investigation or your work on Dakota Van Patten's account reveal whether he was friends or not with an account associated with Melanie Coffman?
He was not.
What about his Instagram account?
No, I was not able to show any connection digitally between those two.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much. And as part of your work through Dakota Van Patten's Facebook, are you able to also see who he's searching for? As far as what profile he's searching to potentially add or maybe view?
Yes, you can.
Did you find whether or not he has ever searched for any of the profiles associated with Melody Hoffman?
Not that I recall. Not that I noted as I was going through.
Same questions as it comes to Mr. McKinley's profile. Did your investigation reveal whether or not he was friends with a profile associated with Melody Hoffman?
I know he had them. I don't recall specifically who he was at that time, but yes, there was association between the two.
Did your investigation reveal whether or not McKinley Louisma's profile had searched for profiles associated with Melody Hoffman?
Yes, yeah.
Several times, correct?
Multiple times, yes.
And just to be sure, you did testify earlier that even if two profiles are not connected as friends on Facebook, they can still use the messenger function, correct?
They did.
Did your investigation reveal any messages between Dakota Van Patten's account and Melody? Thank you. I have no further questions for you.
Direct of the special agent is coming up next. Stay with us. You're watching Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
So is this blotchy and cutting in and out for you guys? It may just be on my end. I know my picture's blocking some information. It's okay, I'll move it later. Um, I don't know why the feed is choppy, but nothing I can do about it from here. Thank you for praying for her. She's had all the testing done, so we're just waiting for results at this point. She is doing better. She is feeling better. I'm not going to give any details, but some of the procedures they have done has helped make her feel better for now. So we're waiting for all the pathology. We're waiting for all of the lab results and everything to come in, and hopefully by tomorrow we'll have definitive answers as to what's going on. It's a little bit frustrating because you want them now, but cultures have to grow and lab work has to be, done. I mean, read and processed and all that. So that is where we are. Okay, so the glitchiness is coming from Court TV itself. We apologize for that. Oh, what is he doing today? Huh? I'm trying to see. Hmm. Okay, I'm just looking around, seeing what's going on, see what I can update you on. But this trial, guys, be very careful if you are easily triggered with infant fatality. Please take care of yourself. Your mental health is most priority to us. If you have to step away, it's okay. Step away and come back. Just make sure you like, comment, and subscribe before you go. Yes, I know I'm a little off in the camera because I'm not in my normal facility. But we are waiting for Brandon Isbelle trial to begin. For those of you who are just joining, this is a guy who lured his wife with their 2-day-old baby into a specific location, shot her in the head and unalived her, and then took the baby, drove to a boat dock, and tossed her into the river and left her in the river. She has never been seen again, unfortunately. So it's such a sad, sad thing. Hello, Miss Deborah. Hello, K Swan. Angela. Welcome, welcome. Old number one. Old number one, welcome so much. We're glad to have you. Why is this not? The comment's not. Oh, there it is. Welcome, welcome, old number one. Appreciate having you hop in with us. Amy Evans. Oh, dang, yeah. Dropped it is not a thing. You can't plead that. Nope, you cannot. It is what it is. So, like I said, we are waiting for court to begin. And so I'm going to hop off. I think they're coming in to do vital, so I'll see you in a bit.
Is seeking the death penalty. meaning Soto Escalera may take the stand in an effort.
Are expected to begin this afternoon. This is in the Baby in the River murder trial. Brandon Isabelle is accused of shooting the mother of his child and then taking their 2-year-old daughter and dumping her in a river.
And in the state of Mississippi, jury selection underway in the plotting parent murder trial for Jeffrey Spence, accused of plotting with his wife and daughter to rob and kill him. And the daughter took a plea deal where she's now expected to testify against good old dad.
Oh boy. Well, we'll keep you updated on all these trials throughout the day. But for now, let's head back to Iowa for the machete murder plot trial. This is for Dakota
policeman as a friend, approximately February 12th.
Okay. All right.
So they had been friends, and then before is when they became friends. So they were messaging back and forth prior to being friends on Facebook. And then those messages continued January 29th through January 29th. And then they stopped. I don't have records of messages until, and then there's that ad on February 12th. And then the next message is on February 19th.
Did you have any records about whether there was he was added again as a friend before the 19th by Mr. Van Patten?
They did not appear to be friends at the time that the search warrant records were received.
Okay. So you indicated they had become friends around January 11th or so through January 29th. And I'm not going to ask you what and specifically they may have talked about, but did you find some Facebook message conversations between the two of them?
So I'm slightly correct on this one. They were friends from January 11th through February 12th. However, there were only messages between January 9th through January 29th, and they were very regular messages. There were a lot of messages coming in, and then there were 0 messages for that period after January 29th to February 19th. And they were still friends during their portion of that period, and then they were unhappy, and there were still silence, and then there's messaging.
Okay, so even though they're not friends, they're still communicating.
Correct after that.
Okay. And then about the conversations that took place between Mr. Louise and Mr. Van Patten, you said they were regular.
Correct.
Okay. Did it appear that they were friends?
On January 29th, there was a lot of messaging back and forth.
Okay. And did it appear from the nature of the messages that they had spent time together as friends, like hang out in person together?
Yes, it seems that way.
Did you detect prior to January 29th that their friendship had fallen apart or faltered, or were they still strong friends?
It seems like it was still friendly.
You said there was a gap between the 29th, is that right? The 29th and the messages that started on the 18th, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, there's a gap where there's no messages down here in that period of time.
But your research showed that they were still friends, at least up until the 12th when this unad happened.
Correct.
And based upon your training and experience, what are the possible reasons why there would be a gap like that?
So there's several. One would be that there was no communication. Another one would be that those messages were deleted by an overt act by the sender or receiver prior to reservation request being served on, I believe it was about February 24th.
When you say you testify that it's due to the overt act of the sender or receiver, does that mean that it would be either because Mr. Louisma or Mr. Van Patten deleted the messages?
Yes, so when a user goes in and deletes a message, if there's on the reservation already on that, law enforcement cannot get it and will not get records of it. If there's a reservation that's already in place, we will see if the message was deleted, it will tell us. But there was an absence of anything there. That would indicate either A, they didn't exist, or B, they were deleted prior to reservation request being placed by law enforcement.
Does, would the act of one party deleting the messages on Messenger also mean that it doesn't show up in the other one's account either?
So what would happen there is, it would depend on how they deleted it. So yes, I believe that that's the case. I cannot say for sure, but yes, if messages are deleted, it's deleted for the other person to have access to that as well.
Okay. Did your research at all, or did you investigate at all whether there was an unad by Mr. Louisma on or about the time that was indicated in that message?
I didn't notice anything, but if that one had occurred on February 12th, he was already unadded, so he wouldn't be able to unadd the unadded. So like I can't unfriend you if you've unfriended me kind of thing.
I just want to be clear here because now I might be a little confused. So it was Dakota Van Patten on a message we saw that asked Mr. Louisma why he was unadded.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, so on February 12th, you said that who unadded who?
Dakota Van Patten's profile unadded the license profile.
And then based upon the message that we saw in your training experience, it appeared that Mr. Van Patten was asking Mr. Louisma why he unadded him.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
That's all I have. Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Smith, I'm gonna go over some dates with you to make something very clear.
Sure.
Your investigation revealed that the profiles for Dakota Van Patten and friends on January 11th, 2024, correct?
Correct.
And then unadded, we just talked about by Mr. Van Patten's profile occurred on February 12th, 2024, correct?
That's correct.
So they were friends on Facebook for just a little over a month, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, nothing further.
Let's go ahead and bring in our guest this hour to discuss. Joining us now from Los Angeles, California, criminal defense attorney Marie Pereira. Marie, great to see you. All right, let's talk about this tragic case we've been watching out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Defending Van Patten. All right, she has said his defense counsel was there. Marie, is there anything they can do with, okay, we have him at Walmart buying some supplies, the machete, the gloves, but he never knew that maybe a murder was going to be committed. Can they talk about that?
Part of the defense is, like you said, to say just because he was there doesn't mean he's the one who helped to murder her. But you know what his problem is? There are other pieces of evidence that connect him, like those text messages. I don't understand. They're all young people. Why do people think because you delete a message and you send it to, the internet triangle of dead messages, that when you do something wrong, they can't pull it back and read it? That's what's happening here. It's like a tug of war. I was bringing him closer and closer to Mr. Louisma. So this is problematic for his lawyer to try girls' classes in your possession. So how did that happen? He's trying to distance himself, and she's using the Constitution, make him prove it, reasonable doubt. The messages from someone who you think is my client, but can you say 100% it was? That's not enough.
Circumstantial evidence, including the photographs, nearly 200 according to prosecutors, where he's wearing the victim's glasses after her death.
That trophy. So how did you even, and why would you even want to do something like that? It's not a good look for him, because I'm thinking, you know what? It was more than mere presence. It was participation. It was joy. And you know what? Maybe he just wants to be in good terms with his friend who was convicted. We don't know, but the DA doesn't have to prove that. Good job. That's what's going on right now. The nail in his coffin of conviction.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know.
Marie Pereira, you're going to be sticking with us all hour long. Thank you. Don't go anywhere. More big key testimony that you might have missed. We're going to share it with you, including a sergeant who investigated more text messages between co-defendants in this case. You're watching Court TV Live. Front row seat to justice. Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. The pictures show overturned stool glass door where Koberger may have entered or exited the night of sentence to life in prison back in July after pleading the death penalty.
You can see more of these newly released photos in the Brian Koberger case. We have them online at courttv.com.
All right, let's do this. Let's head back to Iowa now, where we've been watching testimony in the machete murder plot trial. Defendant Dakota Van Patten is accused of kidnapping and killing 20-year-old Melody Hoffman back in February 2024. Van Patten is one of 3 co-defendants in the case.
Hoffman's former romantic partner, McKinley Louisma, has already been convicted and is serving a life sentence. A third man, Logan Kimpton, he is still awaiting trial.
Let's get you back into that courtroom now. A new witness is on the stand, a sergeant with the local police department, Marion County.
Were you assigned as an investigator for the Marion Police Department on or about February 17th and 18th of 2024?
I was.
And did you have an opportunity to become involved in the investigation of the alleged kidnapping and homicide of Melody Hoffman?
I did.
Tell us how you became involved in this case.
It was a Sunday morning. My lieutenant at the time, Phil Ford, had called me and said Megan had came to the police department to report Melody missing, and at the same time they were aware of the deceased body that they had found in Iowa County that had been identified as Melody. So I responded to the police department at that point.
About what time do you think you came in?
It was probably 12:30-ish, you might guess.
What initial information did you gather in terms of the investigation up to that point?
We met with Special Agent Trent Paletta with the Division of Criminal Investigation from the state. He briefed us on what the circumstances were that Iowa County was out with at the time.
I want to talk a little bit about the identified person who was found deceased, Melody Hoffman. when you have some information in terms of Melody Hoffman?
We searched our department's records to see if there's any previous calls for service.
What did you find?
We found one harassment call, I believe it was on January 7th.
Is that when you learned that Melody Hoffman, with the assistance of her mom, Megan, had reported a harassing text message back in January of 2024?
That'd be correct.
So did you gather some information on what had transpired with that report?
Yes.
And as of February 17th and 18th of 2024, was that investigation still active?
No, it was not.
Okay. What happened?
Offered extra patrol. There was an unknown text or a number from that was sent, so there's no way that he was able at the time to figure out where who sent the text message essentially.
So did you speak a little bit with Megan Hoffman?
Not on the initial day, no.
And were other investigators talking with her about some kind of information that she had about who Melody would have potentially been with?
Yes.
Okay. And who was identified as the person that Melody could have potentially been with? Did you find out what Mr. Louisma drove?
Yes.
What did you find out?
Within that call for service, we had a vehicle logged. It was a 2006 Honda Accord that came back to Mr. Louisma as a registration.
What did you do when you had the information that Mr. Louisma was the registered owner of a 2000?
The local jurisdictions to say we would like that vehicle, that individual.
You would have to locate it. The 19th?
I'm sorry, it's 18th.
Okay. So that evening of February 18th, 7:20 p.m. out in ATL.
That's correct.
Was that for the 2006 Honda Accord belonging to Mr. Louisma?
That's correct.
Initially, did investigators have any information to where Mr. Louisma resided?
Not solid information, no.
As a result of that, did it take some time to locate her? Approximately when was the suspect vehicle or Mr. Louisma's vehicle located?
2 o'clock the next morning. 4,000 block of Hummingbird Lane in Hiawatha.
We had some testimony earlier in this case that was also the location of the residence of Nakia Sloboda in where investigation?
In the investigation, yes.
What was done with Mr. Louisma's vehicle when it was located at that address?
At that time, I responded to that location. We called Darrow's Towing, which is a towing company in Hiawatha. That is a company we contract with when we tow vehicles. The vehicle was secured with Darrow's and then towed to our police department and secured in our Sally Port.
And why was that vehicle secured and towed at that time instead of searched?
We had, it was 2 o'clock in the morning. We didn't know where the suspect might be, and we could do the search in a controlled environment, and we wanted to apply for a search warrant that morning.
So
All right, we are going to squeeze in a quick break more of this plotting with his wife and daughter to rob and kill his daughter's successful boyfriend.
Karen Spence pleaded guilty going to trial, and the daughter, Caitlin Spence, has taken a plea deal where she's now expected to testify against her dad.
Here's Court TV anchor Ted Rollins with more on the case against Jeffrey Spence.
It's a case of family ties, money, and murder. Prosecutors say Jeffrey and Karen Spence, a couple in their 60s, plotted with their daughter, Caitlin, to kill her boyfriend, Kirby Carpenter. WTVA News, one of her friends.
Kirby was a loving person. And for someone to take that from his kids is very sad.
You had to like him. I don't know of anybody who wouldn't like him.
Carpenter was last seen alive on November 30th, 2022, but it wasn't until December 2nd until Caitlin called 911 to report his death. She told police she found his body behind the garage of their home, hidden under a curtain and behind a toolbox. Police say he'd been shot and then dragged from a carport. According to Carpenter's family, he always carried a bag with about $300,000 in cash, silver, and gold. That bag was never found. A year after Carpenter's murder, his mother discovered a bag of silver coins in a car tied to Jeffrey Spence. Jeffrey, Karen, and Caitlin were charged with murder, grand larceny, and conspiracy. Earlier this year, Caitlin struck a deal with prosecutors, pleading guilty to accessory after the fact. She agreed to testify against her parents in exchange for a suspended 20-year sentence. And then, just days before going to trial, Mom, Karen, pled guilty as well to accessory after the fact to grand larceny for a suspended 10-year sentence. If Jeffrey Spence is convicted, he faces either life without parole or the death penalty.
Again, openings are expected as early as today, and we'll take you live into that courtroom as soon as they begin. But let's do this. Let's head back to Iowa together, where we are watching unaired testimony in the machete murder plot trial for defendant Dakota Van Patten.
Van Patten is charged with first-degree murder, kidnapping, as well as conspiracy to commit a forcible felony. This is in the death of Melody Hoffman.
The body of 20-year-old Hoffman was found with cuts and stab wounds at a lake in Iowa last year. On the stand right now is an investigator with the Marion Police Department. Let's get you back to court.
So did you get a search warrant for the vehicle?
We did the following morning.
Judge signed off on that?
That's correct.
Okay. What general observations did you make of the vehicle when it was first located and brought to the Marion Police Department?
That night it was dark. The area that it's in, it's poorly lit, so I didn't see anything notable. I followed it to the police department, and then inside it was secured. Southport was well lit, but I didn't see anything immediately that night.
Did you see anything on the vehicle when it came back to the Marion Police Department?
Not that night.
Who just do a brief sort of overview of the exterior of the vehicle?
That's correct.
When did you do that?
It was the following morning.
Okay. What did you see at that point in time?
It was myself and Special Agent Ryan Kedley with the DCI. We saw what appeared to be a speck of blood on the trunk lid, just above the keyhole.
Did you see this before or after Mr. Louisma was initially interviewed?
This was before.
Did you get an opportunity just to look at the outside of the vehicle or look from the outside of the vehicle, just kind of inside of the passenger compartment?
We did. We just conducted what we call a walk around of the vehicle.
When you did that during the walk around, did you see anything that resembled blood inside the passenger compartment of the vehicle in the front or the back seat area?
No.
Did you see any kind of tissues or cloths in the passenger compartment that maybe contained any blood?
No.
When Mr. Louisma's vehicle was seized from the residence where he was living on Hummingbird Lane in Hiawatha, did anyone from law enforcement advise him of that?
Not at that time, no.
How was contact ultimately made with Mr. Louisma after his vehicle had been taken from his residence and stored at the Marion Police Department?
He had called the Marion Police Department and learned that Dare Towing was the ones that towed it to our department.
Do you remember about what time he called in?
I think initially it was approximately 11 o'clock.
And again, we're on the 19th, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did Mr. Louisma end up coming into the Marion Police Department?
He did.
Approximately what time?
It was approximately 4:20 in the afternoon.
So now we're at 4:20 p.m. on February 19th. Is that when Mr. Louisma came to the police department?
Yes.
And when he came to the police department, do you remember whether he had his phone on him initially?
He did not come inside the police department with his phone.
Were investigators able to obtain his phone?
They were.
Who'd you obtain his phone from?
Nakia Sabota.
When Mr. Louisma came to the police department, were you all able to conduct an interview with him?
We were.
Pretty shortly after his arrival?
Yes.
During his initial interview, when calls for yes or no. Objection sustained. As a result of your interview with Mr. Louisma, did you become aware that there were other people that would need to be, you would need to interview? That led you to the next stage of your investigation or to expand the investigation, did that information come to you from Mr. Louisma?
Yes, it did.
Prior to talking to Mr. Louisma at the Marion Police Department on February 19th, did you have any information that anybody else would have been involved?
No.
And when Mr. Louisma, did you then decide that investigators needed to talk to another person?
Yes.
Who was that person you needed to talk to?
Dakota Van Patten.
Hold 1 second. Turn your mic off and on again. Something's just not right there. And then maybe turn it closer to you.
Defense attorney Marie Pereira, as we continue to watch this case out of Iowa. Marie, you know, as we see all the evidence in this case, you know, from a defense counsel's point of view, I mean, you are there to advocate for your client, and they have some kind of argument. I mean, they can argue, my client didn't do it. They have the guy, Louisma. He is serving a life sentence. So, I mean, sometimes it's like when we watch these cases, it's like you see all of this evidence against the defendant, and it seems like sometimes defense counsel might look ridiculous making arguments. But in this case, they can argue, well, again, maybe he was there, but he didn't do it. And I know I asked you about that before, but I just feel like I'm grasping at straws with this case because it's like you have these three young men, gruesome murder, and there's a lot of evidence against all of them.
You know, I used to be a prosecutor and a defense, and defense counsel never sounds ridiculous. They're all doing their jobs and they're following the Constitution. And the defense counsel was very meticulous in her opening, and she said, make them prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. That's not ridiculous at all. It is a high bar, and they have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. I think defense counsel has issues because it's not just his mere presence. He did acts before, after the crime that tie him to it closely than just a person who was just there, maybe even against his will or without any knowledge.
I agree with you. I don't think that you can unring that bell in terms of this jury that's going to be deciding this young man's fate. But what are you watching for as we progress and watch this trial there?
That prosecution is going to bring him closer and closer to Louisma. Prosecution is going to show that he wasn't just there, he was a part of it, and he really slashed her with the knife. Even if he had the machete just to threaten her or keep her, whatever small that led to the act happening, if he was aware of what was happening, then he could be found guilty of murder in the first degree, just like Louisma. That is what the statute detailing conspiracy involves. Everybody gets their punishment, no matter how little they had to do with it, as long as there was proof that he knew about it and he took part, no matter how tiny the part.
Yeah, no, good point. The facts are that a case beyond a reasonable doubt. And so, that's one of the things that defense counsel did not prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. And talk about how high of a burden that is.
We're talking about almost 99.9%. It says beyond a reasonable doubt, not all doubt, okay, on the planet of Earth. If the you have video, you have evidence, you have testimony beyond it has been proven.
Good point, Marie. She's sticking around.
She's sticking around. We will too. We'll be back with more from the Machete murder.
Okay, guys, we are still waiting for court. They are obviously running behind schedule as usual, but we're here. We're just kind of hanging out with Court TV. For those of you just joining me, I'm in the hospital suite with a friend of mine that is been ill. She's doing much better. So, guys, thank you for your prayers. But I am 2 hours away from home, so I am remote living today. Thanks for the fabulous help of my two mods, June and Angela. Otherwise, I couldn't be doing this. So it is a little different format today, but don't worry. We got this, and I'll be back in a minute. We're going to keep watching Court TV until trial begins. I guess we're right up front right now. Do we not have? Are we caught up at lifetime? Okay, for those of you who are joining, this trial is going to be a heartbreaker, and it does contain information about an infant fatality. So please keep yourself mentally in a good place. They no more zoom room. Okay, so we're caught up. So apparently, Brandon contacted his wife and asked her to meet him with their 2-day-old infant, 2 days old. And when they met up, obviously, I guess they weren't living together. I don't know. We'll find out. When they met up, he took his lead shooter and unalived her in the head. And then he took the infant out of the car seat, drove to a boat dock, and threw the infant into the Mississippi. The infant has never been found, probably will never be found at this point. So thank you for sending lots of love. I will let her know. She's in a much better place now, but we are anxiously awaiting some very serious results, hoping for the best. So we'll see. But those results probably won't come in until tomorrow at earliest. So we're waiting to find that out. And then we'll know what we're facing. But I should be home sometime Wednesday, hopefully. I don't want to leave until we have results. So that's kind of where we are. But we are waiting for the Brandon Isabelle trial to begin. This is a sleeper. This was not on our radar. So don't have a lot of information on this particular trial. If you do have a question, please put question marks before the question so we can see that and answer those questions for you. But, it's amazing that technology, I can actually do this remotely. So video quality sucks. Audio probably is not the best, but I'm here. So someone's coming in. I got to get off camera for a second. Just go get yourself a cup of coffee, get yourself lunch, whatever you need to do, and join us when court is back in session. See you in a minute.
Iowa this afternoon. This is for the machete.
Conspiring to kill his friend's girlfriend back in February of last year.
Prosecutors say that Van Patten conspired with McKinley Louisma to kidnap and then brutally kill 20-year-old Melody Hoffman.
This is a horrible case, but let's get you back into that courtroom now. And still on the stand is a Sergeant Tom Peterson with the Marion Police Department.
Okay, we're going to jump ahead a little bit and talk about some potential witnesses that you interviewed in this case, okay?
Okay.
First of all, there has been an individual that's been named as Patricia or Patty Bascom. You know who that is?
Yes.
Who is she?
She's the grandmother of Logan Kimpton.
Was she also living at the Hummingbird Lane residence in Hiawatha?
She was.
And did she have some kind of relation or some kind of association with Nakia Sloboda as well?
She did.
What was that?
I think her term was Nana, or like grandmother figure.
And did she have any direct knowledge about the homicide of Melody Hoffman?
No,
Did you also speak with someone by the name of Alan Carl?
I did.
Who's he?
He's Patty's or Patricia's husband, boyfriend, significant other.
And when you spoke with him, did he have any direct knowledge about the homicide of Melody Hoffman?
No,
Did you also speak with an individual by the name of Taya Meyer?
I did.
And who's she?
Taya Meyer is a friend of defendant Van Patten's.
On what date did you speak to Taya Meyer?
I believe it was the 20th.
February 20th?
February, yes.
Did you speak with her about a conversation? Did Taya Meyer talk to you about what Dakota Van Patten said to her in the early morning hours of February 18th, 2024, when he was dropped off at her residence by McKinley Louisma?
She did.
What did she tell you about who killed Melody Hoffman?
That Dakota and Ken had killed somebody.
Did she have any kind of direct of Melody Hoffman investigation? Did you have an opportunity to obtain the cell phone that belonged to Dakota Van Patten?
Yes.
Were you able to activate that cell phone and perform an inspection of the contents of the phone itself?
Yes.
And did that involve actually going into the cell phone? And did that, were you able to enter the Facebook app on Dakota Van Patten's phone?
I was.
And did you confirm that that Facebook app belonged to, or contained the Facebook profile of Dakota Van Patten?
Yes.
And when you did that, were you able to access the Facebook Messenger portion of it?
We were. I was.
Did you find what appeared to be a communication? Did you scroll that that communication to see if there's any relevant content?
I did.
Attempt at a conversation
Yes.
on there? When were you looking at this cell phone?
I believe it was in July. I made a video of the conversation.
And so before that, was the phone put in a mode that was kind of frozen in time?
Yes, it was put in airplane mode.
1 second, I have to go back in. I'd like permission to publish and play. States Exhibit 23 is ready. I'll let you know. I'm going to pause right here. So is this the, is this you scrolling Dakota Van Patten's phone here in the Facebook Messenger app after locating the correspondence or what could be correspondence between he and Taya Meyer?
Yes.
Pause again here. This, at the very top, it says Monday at 6:31 p.m. We've had some testimony about kind of what days or what here, with the understanding that Sunday was February 18th. So does this refer to Monday, February 19th?
That would be correct.
Okay. So the activity on here is what your training experience tells you transpired on Monday, February 19th at about 6:31 p.m.
That'd be correct.
What do we see here as sort of the first entry in this?
And then there's a text that says, why'd you unadd me? Or bro, why'd you unadd me?
And does this appear to be an audio call attempted by the profile of Dakota Van Patten to Taya Meyer?
Yes.
Does this indicate, based on your training experience, that any conversation took place?
Yes.
It says call back on it. Do you have any kind of indication that they actually talked?
I would say if they're, I don't know. I do not know.
There's no indication like how long the phone call was, anything like that?
Not here, no.
And then we had some testimony before, but since you're on the stand, we'll see how you interpret this on your training experience. But what's it mean when someone says bro?
Why'd you unfriend me? As on Facebook, you can add people or friend them. Adding is usually a term for probably Snapchat or Instagram. Friending is more of a Facebook term, if you will.
We'll keep going here. Looks like we got, is there another phone call that was attempted by Mr. Van Patten's Facebook profile to Taya Meyer?
Yes.
And then underneath that, do we see just, it's hard to read, but is that just the name Taya?
Yes.
And we see another attempt at a phone call there at 6:43 p.m. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then can you read the messages sent by Mr. Van Patten's profile there?
Bro, I thought you cared, but IG, I'm assuming that I.
And then there's another attempt at a call there at 6:48 p.m.
That's correct.
Okay, you can take that now, Your Honor. Thank you. Is this based upon the information you gathered in this investigation, an attempt by profile Dakota Van Patten to reach out to Taya Meyer? First of all, after Melody Hoffman was killed.
That's correct, yes.
And also based upon your investigation after had contact with Taya Meyer and confessed to the homicide.
Correct.
Some more people you talked to. Did you talk to a guy by the name of Brandon Mons?
I did.
Who's he?
He is the roommate of Taya Meyer, or a friend.
Did he have any direct knowledge about the homicide of Melody Hoffman?
He did.
Did he tell you about a conversation that, or that by something that he overheard stated prior to these events?
Yes.
What did he tell you about that?
That he was in a vehicle with Logan Kempton, and that Logan and the defendant had a plan to kill somebody.
Did that involve anybody else too?
That wasn't explicitly stated who. It was just him and the defendant, Logan and Dakota.
Did he mention Ken?
I don't recall.
And who's Shanta McMurray?
Shantae McMurray is a friend of defendant Van Patten's.
Investigation and talking to Ms. McMurray, did it appear to you that Ms. McMurray had some kind of ongoing relationship with Mr. Van Patten?
It appeared that way.
Did it appear that it was a friendship?
Friendship, maybe a relationship.
Maybe relationship. As part of the investigation, were you able to confirm that at some point in time, earlier in the evening of February 17th, 2020, what was that?
She informed us that, or during the investigation, we learned that he was at Easter Ranch for a birthday party with Shantae.
When you talked to Shantae McMurray, did she have any direct knowledge about the homicide of Melody Hunt? Have you had an opportunity prior to the day to review a couple of exhibits, one being a conversation that took place between Shantae McMurray and Dakota Van Patten on or about March 3rd, 2024 that was recorded?
Yes.
As you understand, that was a conversation that was recorded by the technology at the Lincoln County Correctional Center.
That's correct.
Did you also have an opportunity to review Shantae McMurray and Dakota Van Patten on March 4th of 2024?
Yes.
I'll get this ready to go here, Judge. I'll let you know. Okay, I think I'm ready to publish and play 23.1. Oh, sorry, 23.18.1. Let me do so.
Yeah. I hope you're smart. I am. I can help you find it. If I go on to the numbers in the corner and the dash is $5 or something, I don't know how the fuck all works. Got that, they have like $5 or something.
Defendant mumbling to himself, looking a little nervous there, scratching his head. A lot of notes.
Yeah. I don't know about this guy.
Well, we do need to take a break, but before we do, quick programming note. Coming up this weekend, right here on Court TV, Victim to Verdict with Ted Rowland is back for an all-new season.
That's right. In the season premiere, watch an interview with the defense attorneys involved on the jury's decision. You're not going to want to miss it. Victim to Verdict premieres this Saturday at
The biggest moments as the case gets underway.
Closing arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
The brutal murders. Delphi is not one of those places where this would happen.
I killed Daddy and Lily. Victim to Verdict with Ted Rowland. Season premieres Saturday night, 8 Eastern and
We are still waiting for this case to begin. I'm trying to, where's my phone? Hold on. Had to get my phone. I'm trying to figure out why the case has not started yet. Have y'all heard anything? Because this case should have already started, this trial. It was supposed to start a while ago. Do we know why it's not starting? He may be taking a plea deal. That would be interesting, would it not? If he took a plea deal. Yeah. The only reason I could think of it, thank you guys for chatting in the private chat and also in live chat, my mods. But they're running some more tests on Jen right now. So the only thing I could think of is they may be arguing a plea deal. That or they've had problems transporting him. If he's, let me see if he's out on bond. Let me see. Because if he's not out on bond, then they could be having a transport problem. Right now, they don't have anything definitive, but it does indicate everything that I see indicates that he is still in custody. So I'm trying to see if I can find documents. So right now, he is not out on bond. He is being held in jail without a bond. So he is in custody. Therefore, since he's in custody, they may be having a problem transporting him. God knows what's going on, but at least we're here together. No, I don't see anything yet either. This is going to be a hard case, so make sure you do take breaks if you need to. Make sure we take our breaks and we do what we need to do to take care of ourselves. Oh. I was hoping we would have been started by now. Did any of y'all see the interview I had with Tim Smith's son from the case that we followed? If you've not seen that interview with him, go back and watch that. We did that a couple of days ago. That was a good interview, y'all. That was the first time I've had an exclusive. I was the first person that the family of the victim, Tim Smith, the case was the Herbert, I forgot Herbert Swilly case. How did that go? I know, poor guy. He was like a son. He was like a son to Tim. And Tim was a fatherly role to him because I don't think he had a father in his life. So, but I thought that young man did a fabulous
only
job.
on Court TV.
And I thought he did a fabulous job. And we got to know Tim as a person. And that's one thing I was really wanting to do, is to make sure we got to know Tim as a person, because he was a person. And apparently, you know, when you're in court, the defense is going to paint the victim one way and the defense is another way. And the family never really gets to truly share their heart. And I wanted to open that up for the family to share their heart. That was my goal. I know, and his partner, oh my gosh, that's so hard. You know, when you and your partner are going through that as well, it is just absolutely horrendous. The stress on families and the relationships within families. So that's one reason why there's a high divorce rate in families when they have court cases like this. So I'm so glad that they were able to be a good support to each other. They were able to work through it and get through it and come out on the other side. Now they're going to have to deal. The sad thing that caught me, that broke my heart. I think that I pre-interviewed him, so that was a good thing because I knew some of the answers already. I was prepared emotionally, which I'm glad I did. But for me, the part that got me emotional when I did the pre-interview is when he told me that nobody knows where his uncle's remains are. That Herbert or Herbie had him cremated so fast, that they didn't even know when he was cremated. They didn't know anything. So, long story short, he has not told the family or divulged the information to the family where Tim's remains are located. And they're afraid that the remains may have been disposed of, or the daughter of Herbert or Herbie has the remains, and she's not disclosing where they are. They don't know. And so I told him, I said, well, you can have your attorney file a motion now that he's been found guilty of ending the life of his husband, that you are the next of kin, which is his sister, can file a motion to the courts to try and get the remains. So that's an important thing. And so let's hope and pray that they get that, because that is so sad, so sad. And I think that was the biggest thing for me. Broke my heart. I didn't want to hear that. I mean, that's so horrible. Yeah, me too. I do too. Um, I just couldn't imagine not knowing where my loved ones' remains were. I mean, it's one thing if they're, something happens and they die in war and you get what you can back, and that's still horrible. But for the spouse to throw them away the way that he supposedly did is just unforgivable. Um, but then again, like I said, they don't know exactly where the remains are. So just prayers for that family for healing and resolve. They need closure. Yeah, they do. And they really, I guess that's the biggest thing for now for them, is getting that closure. And I sure in the heck wouldn't want to be in that position. So y'all just kind of keep them in your prayer and keep them in blessings. If you pray, if not, good thoughts, whatever you do. And then the other thing is that there is another situation going on with an RV in a lawsuit, and then with the family of Herbert, and then the Herbert or Herbie is actually suing his daughter for the money of the land that she sold, and unfortunately, all that money is gone. All the money is gone, and so they are struggling to find. Um, Herbie is struggling to find the money. And of course, he wants it because he needs it for his own personal needs in prison. And also, he needs it because they also are going to be, the family could potentially sue Herbert for the lawsuit. Thank you, ma'am. Sue Herbert for the wrongful death. And if they do that, he's going to have that money. And also, right now, he doesn't have money to pay for an attorney for the appeals. So he's going to need the appellate money. So there's just a lot of things that they're going to need. And he's going to need that money for. And so he's suing his daughter. And I'm like, his daughter was very, very young at the time this happened, dependent on her father. And for the father to be in prison and just overnight be imprisoned or in jail, he's in prison now. He's going to prison. She had nothing, and she used that money to support herself. And also, I'm sure, as a young 20-year-old who probably never was responsible for money, because Tim was the breadwinner in the family. It was his average paycheck was $396,000 a year. She didn't really need or want for anything, and that is something that is just something that unfortunately she probably didn't have the best money handling skills, and ended up possibly just blowing a lot of money. And that's would not be surprising to me. Yep, that wouldn't be surprising to me if she did blow that money. But then again, who knows? I'm not going to say for sure that she did, but that's kind of what was indicated. Now, when she was testifying, up until the point they started talking about all that money, man, I was on her boat. I was on her side. I was like, hey, this, poor baby, poor thing. And then when they started talking about the money, yeah, she kind of started talking a little weird. She kind of went weird. Excuse me. Yes, for sure. She was so young, and honestly, no telling. Yeah. And do you know what? Good luck for him getting it back. I mean, it's gone. He's not going to ever get it back. But she is somebody who can work and earn an income, and he will most likely, if he sues and wins, have it sanctioned out of paycheck every month. But that's horrible. Um, and a lot of the things that were sold, actually, Tim paid for. And that's something else that I mentioned to the family is that, Tim was the breadwinner. The other guy barely earned any money. And Tim actually, paid for all their trips. Tim bought Herbie a Spider. It's a motorcycle called a Spider. And he bought one of the really expensive ones with all the lights and bells and whistles. And everything he did was the most expensive, top-notch kind of purchases, high-end. And provided a good life for the family. And that's fine. But in all honesty, if you're going to talk about who all the money should go to, technically it should go to Tim's family. And that's the other thing. Now that that Herbie's been convicted, he can't get the $333,000 life insurance policy. So what's going to happen? It's going to go to the daughter. So anyway, I will let you go. I'll be right back.
Back now to Iowa, where a man is facing trial for allegedly helping his friend to kill his girlfriend.
Dakota Van Patten, the death of 20-year-old Melody Hoffman.
Prosecutors say that Van Patten conspired with Hoffman's boyfriend, McKinley Louisma, to kidnap Hoffman, where they allegedly stabbed her with a machete and then dumped her body in a nearby pond.
Let's go back into the courtroom now. A sergeant is testifying about a jailhouse call made by Van Patten to a friend. Let's go back.
In this conversation, are Mr. McMurray and Mr. Van Patten talking about locating some kind of photos?
Yes.
Okay. And what photos Mr. Van Patten asking Mr. McMurray to find?
To find,
What time frame?
2 o'clock is the one you hear in the audio.
And is that for the time frame when Melody Hoffman was kidnapped and killed?
Yes.
Now, we have stipulation read into the record here from this investigation that Ms. McMurray did not have those photos.
That's correct.
And that she never had those photos.
That's correct.
Does this appear to be Mr. Van Patten?
Yes.
We'll get that ready to go here. I scrolled too quickly and I had to reset it. All right, this is going to be 23.18 points. And so this exhibit's a little different because you actually have to start at the back of it to do it chronologically, right?
Correct. At the top of the document is the most recent, and then it is in descending order. So for it to make sense, you got to start at the bottom and work your way up.
So the date on here appears to be March 4th of 2024. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And March 4th of 2024, you're understanding that the messages on the left or in the gray are from Ms. McMurrin,
That's correct.
as indicated by sender Jonathan McMurrin. Right?
Correct.
And then the one, is this a printout of the technology available to be able to text people outside of there?
Yes, it is.
So I will read Ms. McMurrin's part here. Hey, babe, money is on. What's Mr. Van Patten say in response to that?
I know, LOL, laugh out loud.
And then Ms. McMurrin says, LOL, call me before they turn off. I love you, baby. Good night. Call me in the morning, okay? Sleep well and sweet dreams. What's Mr. Van Patten say in response to that text message on March 4th, about 8:29 p.m.?
I love you too. You find those pics we took between 11:30 and 4.
Now, this is a more specific time period, right?
Correct.
Okay, is this your understanding is referring to 11:30 to 4, February 17th into the 18th of 2024?
Yes.
We still looking for those pics?
Correct.
She says, yes, I found them, baby, and I'm sorry. Everyone was buddy in the convo. Babe, good night, baby. I love you. Get some sleep. And then what's Mr. Van Patten say in response to that?
Answer my question. They got the pics time and day. And how many pics is there? And I love you.
I think you got one ahead of me on the bottom there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep. Can you read that?
Do they have the time and the day? The 17th, I think.
And then it says, I love you, good night, no more messages, get some sleep, baby. What's Mr. Van Patten say then?
Answer my question. They got the time and day. And how many pics is there? And I love you.
She says, I don't know how many there is, and yes, good night, babe, I love you. And then Mr. Van Patten's last message. Go ahead and read that.
I love you too. And good night, sweet dreams, Bay.
And so, as you understand, this is the continuation of that phone call where Mr. Van Patten's asked for these pictures that didn't exist.
Yes.
That's all I have for this exhibit, Your Honor. One more person I want to ask you about that you interviewed in connection to this case. Did you speak to Logan Kimpton?
I did.
Did Logan?
No.
And we'll come back around to it, but did you have an opportunity to interview Mr. Van Patten?
I did.
When did that take place?
That was on February 19th. I'm sorry.
And just as a preview to that, when you interviewed him, did he admit to being directly involved in the kidnapping and homicide of Melody Hopkins?
No, he did not.
I'm going to shift gears here. Investigator Pearson, you mentioned that you've got some experience in analyzing and interpreting cell phone location data, right?
That's correct.
Okay. As part of your experience, do you work with other agencies who put together reports in a format that allow you to explain those findings, either to prosecutors or to witnesses or to juries?
Yes.
In this case, did the FBI put together?
Let's go ahead and bring in our guest this hour to discuss. Still with us, criminal defense attorney Marie Pereira. Marie, from that witness there, we were hearing the name Logan Kimpton. So we're talking about 3 men in this case. One's already serving a life sentence. Logan, however, they're not saying that he went and participated in the brutal killing, but his trial is going to be coming up next. But what are you taking away from this witness so far?
I think he's talking about a lot of things that put together the dots of circumstantial evidence. I think the information that he gave earlier concerning the Facebook messages, where basically the defendant was catching feelings because Louisma unfriended him. It really is giving me vibes that this defendant is a psychophantic thrill killer. And it adds to the motive. It doesn't explain why someone would do that, but it seems like he wanted to be friends with Louisma so bad and fit in that he helped in this murder. And maybe he thought it was going to be just a kidnapping, because maybe that's all, just to scare her, and then it just got out of hand. But that still puts him where a felony was being committed and someone died as a result. So either way you look at it, he's going to be caught up in that conspiracy. And the text messages prove that he wanted for murdering. So he wasn't just merely there, he wanted to be there. And he acted accordingly to help the murder happen.
Yeah,
That's what all of this is telling me.
Marie, they're going over these text messages which will be back in that jury room when they deliberate. And it's between these co-defendants. As you mentioned, it's Logan Kimpton, who hasn't gone yet to trial, but it's a text message where it's in general saying text to kill somebody. They don't mention this particular victim. So right there, to your point, thrill kill is where my mind went.
Yep, a sycophantic thrill killer. At that age, they want to fit in. He was older, he was 24, they were younger, he was bigger, he looked meaner, and maybe they just wanted to fit in and say, bro, I could do this, let's do it, and then be part of something bigger in their young minds. Maybe that's a mitigator once he gets convicted. They could put that in the mitigation package. His age and his thirst to be accepted into that world of Louisma.
Yeah, I mean, that's possible, Marie. All right, Marie, thanks so much.
Yeah, and coming up, we're going to see more of this direct and then the cross in this trial. Playing out there in Iowa, the machete murder plot trial for the Dakota Van Patten. We'll be right back.
We will get you back to the machete murder plot trial in just a moment. But first, we do have an update on Sean Diddy Combs. He has an upcoming sentencing date.
That's right. Monday, his attorneys asked the judge to sentence him to no more than 14 months behind bars, which is about the time that Combs has already served.
Diddy was found guilty on 2 prostitution charges. This was back in July, and prosecutors have said that they will be asking for Combs to be sentenced for substantially longer than the 4 to 5 years they originally proposed. Combs is scheduled to be sentenced on October 3rd.
And you'll be there for it all.
I will, definitely.
Let's head back now to Iowa together for more testimony in the machete murder. Dakota Van Patten. He's charged with first-degree murder in the death of this 20-year-old right here, Melody Hoffman.
At the time of her death, Hoffman was dating McKinley Louisma, who you're looking at right there. He was friends with the defendant in this case, Van Patten. Louisma has admitted to investigators that he did kidnap Hoffman with the help of Van Patten and physically beat her. So why don't we go ahead and pick it up right where we left off. We have some more testimony from the sergeant, Sergeant Tom Peterson, and he is with the Marion Police Department.
In this case, did the FBI put together a report involving some cell phone location data?
They did.
Did you have an opportunity to review that report prior to today?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask to publish State's Exhibit 17.1, Your Honor. Publish it now. Thank you. So this has already been received into evidence, Investigator Peterson. The first thing that jumps out is it says draft a bunch of times on the top there. Is it your understanding that this is the report in the draft form, but has been since confirmed to be also the final?
Correct.
Report. Okay. Let's talk about the accounts that you analyzed here first. And I'll mention too, we have some other exhibits I didn't show. We can do that here in a little bit, but there's 17.1.1 through 17.1.4. Are you familiar with those?
Once I see them, yes. Not the numbers.
You remember reviewing some certifications you got from the cell phone companies?
Yes.
Okay. And so when we see those, are those certifications that, do they come from the cell phone companies?
Yes. Each cell phone company will send a certified letter that this is the true and correct information coming from the cell company.
Is that something you get so we don't have to call somebody in from Verizon to talk about it every time we need to? Okay. So let's get right into the report here. Which accounts did investigators analyze here?
If you look at the bottom down here, these are the 4 targeters that were with their search warrants, and then the returns were used to analyze and put into this record. The first number is Logan Kempton's phone number, and then his information will be in black. Green is going to be defendant Van Patten's, and then McKinley Louisma's phone is in red, and Melody's with US Cellular is going to be in purple.
Okay, so this just tells, looking at this report, we've got color coding.
Yes.
It also tells us what company each of these. Quick on this page, what's this here for?
This is just saying this is a draft. When review, but since the agent that put this report together is not testifying, we decided to leave this slide in there saying it's still a draft, but it has been peer reviewed.
And this is the final copy, even though we have the draft thing.
That's correct.
Next.
Look at the phone records for the 4 target numbers on the 17. It's just saying kind of how they use it by using cell sites. And then each cell site location will be on the map based on latitude, longitude. So the records come back with latitude, longitudes, and then they put them on a Google map essentially to where those locations are at.
What do we have here?
So cell towers or cell sites, as they're generally terms used by analysts can be basically anything. Anything that you can attach a antenna to for a cell phone. Around here in Iowa, it's generally cell phone towers out in the cornfield. But in town, literally, as long as you can attach a cell phone radio antenna, you can have a cell site.
Probably not going to have a cactus in Iowa, though. That'd be
Probably not.
inconspicuous. Next page here, Brad, says sectors, orientation, and illustration. What do they talk about here?
So each cell site, as you can see on the left-hand side here, is divided up into 3 different sectors. It's 120 degrees each. And then when that sector is activated with the phone, on the right-hand side, you'll get this indication with this kind of arch and the arms that stick out for that cell site that is activated. The biggest thing I'll note is with these activated sectors, the cell tower can reach anywhere from 1 mile to 25 miles, depending on the density of the population and the usage and kind of structure. It's kind of hard to picture this when on the map when they're little small arcs, but in your mind, if you can, extend those arms out.
So when we see arcs in this report here, indicating, north, east, southwest, got that arrow in the middle of the arc. Is that indicating that the cell is being used, kind of pointing in the direction where it's being used?
So as activated, it's just going to show that. It's not going to show exactly the angle within the degrees where the phone's at in these records. But the phone is in with that activated sector.
So not at the spot where it's at, but in the sector.
Correct.
And this page is called map illustrations. What's this telling us?
So like I was just talking about on the right-hand side, on the left-hand side here, this is a demonstration of what an activated cell site sector is. This is kind of a zoomed in view, but by the color-coded activation. And then on the right-hand side here, this is, I would just call it like a data box for each event that's within the cell phone records. I think I previously stated that they come in as like a Excel file. So all this information is in the Excel file to include the cell site number. They're unique numbers to each tower. And then the date that the record occurred, the number that called.
We say a lot around here at Court TV, in the cases that we cover, it's like the cell phone is the new fingerprints, right, in these cases and part of this evidence that's being presented. All right, we do need to take a break right now. Coming up, more testimony in the murder trial for Dakota Van Patten.
To the river. Now the baby's father stands trial for double murder.
The Baby in the River murder trial today. Only on
These opening statements in the Baby in the River murder trial will bring you the biggest moments as the case gets underway.
Closing argument. Tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Okay, so we're back. I'm back. I am waiting for Jennifer to return. She's doing a test. But I am in a minute. I will step away and go and get me something to eat. But right now I'm hanging with you guys for the moment. But I don't understand why we're delayed. Has anybody heard anything why there's a delay? I was kind of wondering if we're having a delay due to possibility of them discussing a plea deal agreement. I can't imagine really much more. Why would there be such a delay otherwise? It would be interesting to know.
It would definitely be interesting to know. But I am kind of anxious to get going with this trial. I want to know what happened. I can't believe anyone would take their baby, 2-day-old baby, and throw it in the Mississippi unless he thought for some reason that was not his child. And for any reason why maybe he thought this wasn't his child and he was upset and thought she had an affair. She may have had an affair. I don't know. And potentially could have unalived the baby because, well, just was concerned that it wasn't his. And I don't know. I'm guessing like everybody else is. But it's a horrible thing. It's not delayed. It started a while ago on other streams. And why are we not having it? Mods? Why do we know what's going on with Court TV? We were supposed to have it. State of confusion. Can you private message one of the mods and let them know where it is? Because I can't. I can't do that. But why is Court TV so backdated? Because we're up to date with Court TV. So I'm confused. Highly confused. Where is this being streamed? Let me see if I can help my mods out. That is weird. Because right now, we're on another trial on Court TV. Why would it be that far delayed on Court TV and not another TV? I'm looking. Well, why aren't we watching it on Court TV? No, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe there were previous hearings, but now they're saying 1:30 my time, which is 30 minutes from now, the trial will begin on multiple feeds. So I guess some of the feeds that you're watching are old. Maybe they're older hearings because right now all the feeds I have say 1:30. Yeah, I'm the same. I'm the same. Yeah, they're saying 1:30 on my end. Yeah. So we'll just stay here for the moment. We'll see what happens at 1:30. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that at all. But in a minute, I do have to, before the cafeteria closes, I do have to go get me some food. So mods, I will return shortly. I'll make it as quick as I can, but otherwise, if I don't go now, I won't eat lunch. Okay. Appreciate y'all. I'll be right back.
With you this afternoon, let's head back together to Cedar Rapids, Iowa, where we have been watching and catching up on testimony in the machete murder plot trial.
The defendant in this case, his name is Dakota Van Patten, and he's charged with first-degree murder in the death of Melody Hoffman. Prosecutors say that Van Patten helped a friend kidnap and kill Hoffman last year.
From an investigator reviewing cell phone data.
All
is associated with that record, what type of event it is. It can be anything from a data, a voice, which is like a phone call, text, and I think there's one called signaling. I'm not exactly sure what T-Mobile means by signaling, but it's an event no matter what. Phone call displaying, this is the target number that was called out to.
So in some of these events, we get some pretty detailed information about what's going on with the phone.
Correct.
Does there have to be some kind of event on the phone in order to generate a record and therefore
This is the phone connecting, this data box is the phone connecting to a site and recording what it's doing.
So for example, if let's say somebody's not actively using a phone, you may not get a record unless they do something with it, right?
Or there's in the background things like your Facebook, whatever, your other apps will talk to the tower and you won't even know that your phone is connecting to a cell phone tower.
So what we have is either an active event, like one of the things indicated here, or an app that's active in the background that's actively connecting to a tower.
Correct.
Or we this means it's not activating the tower.
Yes.
Is that a fair statement? Timing advanced explanation and illustration, what's that mean?
So timing advanced or real-time data, each company calls it different. This is only available on 4G and 5G phones. That your phone takes to talk from where it's at to the tower and back. And by that, the companies are to determine how far away the phone is within the sector. So it doesn't necessarily mean it's straight out, like in this illustration. It just means the phone is within that band. And I think those bands are approximately 160 yards wide. So the phone's within that band off that tower or that sector.
So this gives us a little bit more specific information of where they are.
Correct.
Whereas if we don't have then it's in the area, but not, we can't be more specific.
Correct. If it doesn't have this arch or band, it's in the sector. This shows us where it's within the sector.
Okay, now we have a geographic overview here on the next page we're on here. What's this tell us?
So these are all the towers in the metro area as of January 2024. Green was represented by Defendant Van Patten's phone or service. If you notice, it's kind of clustered in the center of town, but as you spread out there outside of town, there's less towers as there's less demand for data. On the right-hand side up here in the legend, these are all addresses or locations that are Hopkins residents at 1240 South 12th Street in Marion. It's right here. And then the next relevant address, this is 440 Meadowview Drive. The blue, that was the green icon. The blue icon, that's along Highway 100 with the I, that located by Megan on the on-ramp to Highway 100 off of Edgewood Road. The red box over here is Morgan Creek on the west side of town, and then the blue box clear down here is Lily Pond.
Okay, so you picked some key locations in this case to note as we lay out the cell phone tower.
Yes.
This page says that these are T-Mobile towers.
Correct.
Are those? Next page we have a similar type of page here, but we have some red towers. So what's this?
This is Verizon's towers. For Verizon was Defendant Luis. So most notably, they have a lot more towers in the metro area and less out in the, if you will, country.
Okay. Next page, towers are purple.
They are purple. And that is US Cellular.
We get a lot more into the analysis here. So this page gives us a cell site analysis, and then on the top says February 17, 2024 at 6:24 p.m. to 12 a.m. What is this page intended to depict?
So this is the records that returned from that time period on the 17th, from 6:24 to the 18th at 12 a.m. And then if you look on, there's only one call box, if you will, or data entry, and it was an outgoing call from defendant Luisma's phone. It was 18 seconds. You can see a little 18 there. And then the phone number on the right-hand side, the 36, sorry, Judge, I need to get you with the laser. 363 is associated with Nakia's phone number.
So given this is McKinley Luisma's phone, then does this simply indicate that he's in that area near Union Point Hospital about 6:24 p.m. makes a call to Nakia?
Correct.
Next page we have here, looks like is this still McKinley Luisma's phone?
It is. Anything in red will be Mr. Luisma's phone.
And this has cell site connections on February 18th, 2024 from 12 a.m. to 3 a.m. So we jumped all the way to midnight.
Still with us, criminal defense attorney Marie Pereira. All right, Marie, from this witness, we are hearing about the pings, the cell phone towers. We have Luisma, we have Van Patten, as well as the victim. In this case, defense counsel has not said, she said, she conceded that he was there. He was there, Marie.
And that doesn't solve all of her problems because like Matt said, the telephones these days, the digital evidence, that footprint is problematic. It's like the cell phones. The social media accounts are the snitches against the criminals. And it's time that they learn that. It's not just, I was there, but I didn't do anything. It doesn't work because all of the other pieces of circumstantial evidence that they're building against him, which earlier, one of the guests said is like a building is already being built with all of the evidence. It's hard for the defense to just say Constitution, reasonable doubt, part of the conspiracy.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Dante said earlier, Marie, it's like a mansion, of evidence against him.
Yeah, not just a mountain, a mansion on top of that mountain. Marie, you sometimes get your perspective on what the victim may have gone through. I mean, this is someone, Melody Hoffman, a young lady that was strangled, stabbed, and choked. Just what goes through your mind when you hear those?
I think torture. I think malice murder. I think premeditation. I think demon. I think conviction. I think accountability. I think too bad there's no death penalty. That's what I think, because you know what? They tortured her. It was unnecessary for them to do that and then take a photo of her bound up crying. Too much.
Yeah, no, it definitely is too much. Very, very sad case we're watching here, Marie.
Yeah, and then the photo,
those were terrible.
It's just terrible. All right, we are going to continue our coverage. Stick around with Court TV. More key testimony in the Machete murder plot trial playing out there in Iowa for this guy right there, Van Patten. You're watching Court TV Live, your front row seat to justice.
Okay, I'm back, y'all. I don't know why but it did. I'm going to eat. I'll see you in a few minutes.
sergeant is still on direct testifying about the defendant's cell phone data on the night of the murder.
So we're down, I'll read off with this one. It's at 3 o'clock in the morning and it lasts till 3:04 in the morning. It was a data session. That tower is along Business Highway 151 and it's facing southwest.
And is that Highway 151 then the same area or the same road that would travel south westbound to the Amana Colonies and Lily Lake?
Yes, you can get that with. Why are you taking that road?
This indicated a data session was initiated on Mr. Louisma's phone around approximately 3 a.m. in that general area.
Yes.
Now, based on your prior testimony, is that indicative of potentially the phone just not being activated used during that time?
Well, whatever was using it was from 118, whatever the phone needed for data. It was activated for that 6 hours. And like I testified earlier, the cell sites can go out or they can reach out to up to 25 miles depending on terrain and density and call volume, if you will, for that cell site tower. So it's still communicating with that tower the entire time.
Okay, all right. So there's some app or something that's open during that time?
Yes.
Now we're at February 18, 2024. We're still in the early morning hours, 3 a.m. to 3:40 a.m. Let's talk first about number one here. What's that?
Number one is our last number two from the previous slide.
Gotcha. We've already talked about that, so we'll move up to number two where we have another, it looks like indication of a data session that's hitting up here in area indicated number two.
That activation was another data session for 240 seconds from 3:40 to 3:44 in the morning. And now cell site number two, right here, I believe that actually at the intersection of if you're familiar with that area next to it. And that activated sector is also in the general direction of is that Bentley Drive.
So where Tate and Meyer live in Bentley Drive is up in the same area.
Further north.
Still with Mr. Louisa's phone here from 3:40 a.m. to 7:23 a.m. Let's start with number one again. Is that same session you're just talking about?
Number one is number two. From the last.
In that area.
There's multiple connections for data sessions between 4:19 a.m. to 7:53 a.m. And this activated sector is pointing in the general area of Hummingbird Lane, which is right next to 380, about this intersection.
That's here where Mr. Learson was living at the time?
That's correct.
So it indicates some data sessions were going on there during the 4 a.m. hours?
Correct.
So we're jumping now to green, and again, whose activities depicted in green?
This would be Defendant Van Patten's phone.
And this is from February 17th, 2024, 11:29 p.m. to February 18th, 2024 at 1 a.m. Let's start with the first entry here. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
The first entry here is only looks like a data session connected for a second at 11:29 p.m. This activated sector is facing the area of the Hoffman residence. And that time is approximately when Melody was picked up that evening.
Going to number two here, we're going to move.
C2's down here.
Okay. All right. Tell us what's going on with session number 2.
There are 2 more data entry or just data sessions that were, looks like approximately per second, at 11:45 p.m. And cell site number 2 is pointing in those activated sectors incorporate Morgan Creek.
Number 3 looks like 12:22 in 50 seconds. What's in that area?
Again, number 3 is just another cell site that points, the activated sector points towards Morgan Creek. And it was just for 1 second. Oh no, sometimes cell phone towers will connect to the first, they'll connect to the first available. It doesn't matter how close you are first, that's the one that the phone is going to go with.
And then now let's go up to number 4 here. This is still on February 18th of 2024, but now it's at about approximately 12.
Oh my gosh, I just had a nice, wonderful salad and a piece of chocolate cake. A bite of chocolate cake. And it looks like we're getting into court. We got the court seal up. I was just talking to my friend while she was eating lunch. And I was like, I wonder why they delayed. I was wondering if the possibility the defense was trying to get a plea deal. Yes, June, we are getting closer. As you can see, we have the seal up and running, so that means they're getting ready to start court. I don't know enough about this trial other than the very basics, so I'm looking forward to seeing what the prosecution. I'm gonna put this here. I want my coffee, even though it's cold. I want my coffee. Are you good, Jen? Yeah. Okay. So I'm anxious to see what and how all this starts. Hello, Ms. Weird WM. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you for liking. State of Confusion, thank you so much. I know, cell bright data is very boring. It is what it is, but it has to be entered and we have to listen, unfortunately. Either that or you can go do some vacuuming and house cleaning. It makes it less boring when you end up doing house cleaning. Let's see. Yeah, free dental would be amazing. For those of you who are new, my dear, dear, dear friend is in the hospital. I'm with her. And I am here with her. I've been with her pretty much most of the time. She's been here. I will be here probably through tomorrow. Once we get test result back so we know what's going on, we will go from there. But my fabulous mods are helping me stream remotely. So thank you so much, mods. You are absolutely amazing. You're just happy you didn't turn a mod? What does that mean? Why would you say that? Oh, I'll make you a mod if you want. All I have to do, State of Confusion, is put a little wrench by your name, whether you like it or not. So, anyway, well, I'm sorry. I hope I didn't offend you by asking you to be a mod. Aww. I have another dear friend. Her sister's in the hospital. My friend's sister had got colon cancer, and they are doing surgery on her. Honey, I'm trying to read the comments and follow along. So Honey said, yesterday for the actual anniversary, he made him a roasted leg of lamb. Ooh, green beans, mushroom ravioli. Oh, that is so delicious. That is so delicious. Oh my God, that sounds roasted lamb. Oh my gosh. There's only one place I know where we can get lamb like that, and it is going to be expensive. It's some kind of a place that Jennifer likes to go eat. Oh, I'm looking at all y'all's comments. Okay. Okay. I haven't had a good lamb in a long time. Do you need help with those? No. Okay. I have not had lamb in a long time, and I should go for lamb. By the way, you guys are getting me so raw with no makeup, no nothing. No nothing, no makeup. Get me all natural. Oh my gosh, honey, 2800. So that man knows how to cook. Oh, that's awesome. I tell you what, I would love to marry a man that could cook. My husband that I'm divorced from couldn't cook his way out of a paper bag unless it was spaghetti or boiled water. If it's cooked properly, it's really good. It just really depends on how they prepare it, how they cook it. It sometimes can get a little gamey, depending on who and how and what, when and where and how, all that good stuff. So I'm sorry for the jumping. I'm scooting my thing back. I just want to thank all of y'all for joining me. Once trial starts, I'm going to be quiet so Jennifer can get some rest. Oh, thank you so much, Angela. Once Jennifer can get some rest, I'll be here in the background watching and taking notes. And then in the breaks, I'll hop on and make some comments. I just want to try and keep it down as much as I can so she can get some sleep. But I want to say thank you guys so much for all your prayers and your comments and your blessings for her. She's very grateful, and so am I. We're all very grateful for your kindness. Oh, very grateful for your kindness. What the hell? I am trolling through y'all's comments to see who's been saying what. Honey, what's the best way to eat lamb? What do y'all think? What's the best way to eat lamb? What is it when they make, it looks like a crown? I guess it's part of the ribs, but it goes in a circle. It looks like a crown roast, I guess. I don't know what they call that, but boy, that's good. That is so freaking good, y'all. I know. Oh, smoked lamb chop. Oh, smoked lamb chop sounds so good right now. For lunch, what did I have? I had a salad, which was $12. And I brought cake too, so I brought cake, so kind of. My friend has a healthy sweet tooth, and so do I. But we only took a couple of bites. We didn't eat all of it, so we had a couple of bites of cake. We need a little bit of sweet in this day. Yep, we had the seal. Speaking of seal, a friend of mine was talking about how they cook. She lives up in Alaska. And I'm like, nope, I can't. Those critters are too cute. I can't eat them. I can't. Expensive salad hospitals always are expensive. They are. And they're not that good. And this particular hospital is a really nice hospital. In fact, I can't show you the room, but we have the regular hospital room, and then there's a kind of a glass wall, and then we have a room that's almost as big as the hospital, the room with the bed. We have a suite. So there's a couch here that goes the whole length. I was able to sleep on the couch last night. So this is really nice, actually. Have a little desk in here, have lamps. I can work. It's wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. If you have Brazilian grill in your area, like Texas, the Brazil restaurant, go there. Really? What is it called? Oh my God, it's this courtroom. Oh, it's this courtroom. I hate this courtroom. This courtroom's, it looks, oh my gosh. And what I hate about this courtrooms is that the witness box is totally exposed. There's no thing in front of you to cover your legs, and you know, you're like totally sitting there open. A lot of people feel better being behind all that. It kind of, it's a sense of protection. But oh my gosh, I hate this color. Well, I love the color sort of, but not in here. It's carpeted walls, carpeted everything. Ugh. I think this is like from the early 80s. I don't know when they remodeled this place, but ew, don't like this courtroom. I wonder if it's the same judge we've seen in the past. So in a minute, I'm going to have to get quiet so she can go to sleep, and they're going to start anyway. Do you want me to turn the machine on?
Huh?
Is the machine not on?
No, it's not.
Okay. Yucky. I know. It's almost. You've got the wooden chairs with the wood paneling walls with this pukey green carpeted half moon walls. It's disgusting. It just feels dirty. I know, guys. I'm being really judgmental, aren't I? I'm being very judgmental. I know I shouldn't be judgmental, but I am. But we're going to keep this banner rolling on the bottom. This case includes the content. I need to edit it. I need to edit it. Let me edit this. There we go. There we go. So we are waiting. I guess that's the juror box. Yeah, they have 2 cushions on each seat. You know those babies are uncomfortable if they got 2 cushions on each seat. Y'all, I feel bad for those jurors. Oh, not fun at all. No, not fun. Nope, I wouldn't want to sit in those seats. Honey, all you get chimichurri and roasted garlic off the salad bar and go with my meats. And I eat roasted meats, and then I get, yeah, their meat didn't even look good. Her dinner, okay, one thing is that their cafeteria is under construction. So they're having to bring a lot of this food in from an off-site. Her lunch was far better than what looked like downstairs. I will tell you that. Yeah, well, the more uncomfortable the jury, the quicker they come to a verdict. So I'm told. Guys, it is now, oh my gosh, I want to go to this 10-acre pumpkin patch in San Antonio. I've not been to a pumpkin patch, but once in my life. Where's this at? Oh my gosh, where is it? Rockberry Ranch? Where's that at? Let me see where that would be. I want my daughter and son, and my daughter and fiance, want to do their engagement pictures at the pumpkin patch. And they want to do some fun fall pictures, so. Oh, that's in Poteet. Rockberry Ranch in Poteet. That's kind of south San Antonio. I'm gonna screenshot this so I can take my kids to it. My adult children, should I say. My adult children to the pumpkin patch. Wear boots, tuck your pants into the boots, spray bug repellent on the lower legs. Oh, are you saying there's a lot of chick and chiggers? Do we have chiggers? Is that what we need to worry about? Uh, I can't do as much here as I can at home. So you have to give me a minute to do the thing. Yipper is probably a lot of chiggers, fleas, and ticks. Yep. Well, whenever I end up on a first response call, I have old boots, fire boots. I tuck my, no matter what kind of pants in, I have to tuck them into the ankle and I spray them like crazy. I've been lucky. I have been in grass up to here, geocaching. But when I spray, I mean I spray. And I've been lucky not to get any kind of chiggers or ticks. But boy, y'all. I just don't want to deal with them. I am so happy my grade point average is sustaining. Yay, I got a 3.9. They have graded one of my assignments. Yay, I got 100. So that's awesome. Oh, I don't like bugs. Just to be safe, ticks possibly, and other creepy crawlies. Yeah, I don't feel comfortable actually physically getting onto the sitting or laying or being on the hay bales of hay because you don't know what's in there. Lice is something that I've always was concerned about. So I didn't take my kids very often when they were young. And when I took them, they were so young that I kept them in a stroller. I didn't let them run around or do anything like that. But they were too young at that point. Oh. So, yeah. All right. Yes, please leave your DNA. I greatly appreciate your DNA. That's very important to me. I'm a little flustered over the time that this is going off. But I thought they had it marked for 11, then 11:30, and now they've marked it for 1:30, and it's 1:31. For those of you who are just joining us and don't know what's happening here, we have a trial where a gentleman asked his wife to meet him and bring their a 2-day-old baby. And when they got to where he asked her to go, he shot her in the head, unalived her, took the 2-day-old infant out. I mean, the umbilical cord's still wet, dude. Out of the car, out of the car seat, and drove to a boat ramp along the Mississippi River and threw her and the weapon into the river, unalived the baby. We have a head, yay! We're getting there, y'all. We're getting there. We got a head. But it's freezing. Oh, please tell me we're going to have a decent. I'm very curious as to the jury makeup for this trial. Obviously, they have not brought in the defendant, and that's why they're staring at that wall. That is, the glitchiness is on their end, not our end. We cannot control that. We have bodies and lawyer, oh my. Bodies and lawyer, oh my. I'm trying to be a little quieter so I don't disturb my friend. I'm just trying to make sure that I have remaining power on my iPad. I am in a hospital setting, so if for any reason I leave, June and Angela will keep the live up and running. I will come back in when I need to. It just depends on what's happening here. Movie night. I know. What can we watch? What can we watch for movie night? I'm just looking at some suggestions. It depends. Do we want something lighthearted and funny? Do we want something court related, or do we want something just kind of off the wall, unusual? Okay, the Tomato Meter ranks the #1 movie this year on becoming a guinea fowl. Okay, never heard of that. Soulmate Story, never heard of that one. Deaf President Now was #4. I want to watch the Deaf President Now. It's about a movement in Austin, Texas, where the school, Gallaudet, excuse me, in Washington, where they had a hearing person being a president over 100% all deaf college. And there was a movement, and because of that movement, it spurred on equal rights for deaf students in the United States. One battle after another. I don't even know what that is. Sister Midnight. I'm just reading them off. Yeah, I know they're back and forth. They're probably waiting for Marlee Matlin, Not Alone Anymore. I need to see that one. Marlee Matlin is a deaf actress. But in her younger years in acting, she was very isolated and alone. I'm looking at potential movies. By the time they get started, it will be time to go home. I know. Really? This is frustrating. So if this is starting this late, when are they going to end? When is it going to end? There's a movie called Vet, V-I-E-T, and N-A-M, is placed in the drenched and melancholy atmosphere. Vet and Nam, a quietly affecting love story that pulls at the heartstrings. Oh, okay, that's interesting. I've never heard of these movies.
Okay, I'm looking for branch, I'm looking for chamber. What's the issue?
It was just a different setting the TV was on than what we need to connect to. I've rectified it.
Are you using this for opening?
I don't believe we're using it for opening, right? One for witnesses.
Okay.
So.
No sense.
I do have a witness list now. Oh, mercy. What are you? I'm going to see what you
She said something with her chair.
Swap it out. She said something's wrong with it, and there's something wrong with it. Swap it out. Is Mr. Isabelle?
We are having a hot mic moment.
I mean, I'm just making sure, because I know he has some extra things he has to do.
We're just about finished, Judge, with our agreement on this.
Mm-hmm.
No chambers?
He's had a haircut. He's getting dressed up. He doesn't look like a thug right now.
So you are redacting, you need the court to print 6 copies? Or just my
That is
copy?
a nice deputy helping him put his tie on.
If we could maybe do 1 copy for the defense, 1 copy for the state, 1 copy for the court.
What about Ms. Winnie?
I've got it digitally on here in our
Okay.
file.
I include her in my account.
Thank you.
So.
What's that, recess?
Why don't you just send it straight to Denise Harris? Because that's all I'm doing. Forward it.
Okay.
Well, I got Newton here. Is he in this operation?
I'll do this.
He's gonna be taking my
Okay.
Friday night.
Okay, that's why I got Branch here, so I still need chambers. Why don't y'all let me know when we get all of the deputies that need to be sworn so we can get to work? That would be great.
Yeah, that's our.
Angela, you're right. They normally don't. You're right. They normally don't help them like that. So that was refreshing to see. If he's being a very respectful young man, not causing problems, they're more apt to assist him. If he's a jerk and causes a problem, they ain't gonna do nothing for him. I'm eating just crackers. My stomach's not happy. Back to the seal. Definitely looks like a different person than his booking photo. And that's for sure. These are addicting. Are these crackers? Thank you guys for joining us today. I am, for those of you who don't know, I am in a hospital setting. I have a dear, dear, dear friend who is in the hospital. I've been with her all but one night since she's been here. She got here Saturday. I was home Sunday night, and I've been here Saturday night, Monday night. Today's Tuesday. I'll be here tonight. And hopefully tomorrow we'll have news as to what's going on. We've got a lot of tests and pathology and cultures that have to work the process, and then we'll have definitive answers. We'll go from there. I'm hoping that, depending on what it is, she'll be home no later than Friday. But we'll have to see.
Don't let it happen again.
Uh-oh. Don't let it happen again. That ain't good. What happened? Somebody messed up. No, I'm not.
Requesting one copy for the state, one copy for the defense, one copy for you. And then if
Is there
we are
any
going
way,
to,
Angela?
we'll talk about if we're going to make copies for the jurors. We are going to do how we
And we won't be using this for a while, so we'll provide that to the defense so they can review it. Make sure it's,
Let me just be clear, let me understand. You all had you were able to come to an agreement as to the calls, and the letters are not coming in.
yes.
That's where we are.
Yeah, you're on a rule on that.
And none of these, and I ruled on the photograph, none of these jail calls. So I don't have to right here and make copies for you right now.
No.
I just need to get it to you maybe before we're closing business. The items on your most recent motion. The letters are not going to be introduced. The phone calls by agreement have been redacted digitally.
With the exception of exhibit D and F, and those are excluded by agreement.
Thank you.
We'll make copies of the have a follow on.
All right, so are we ready?
We have requesting that April Campbell, who is the mother and grandmother of the victims, pursuant to the victim's bill of rights, be allowed to sit in. She will be called rather early on in the proof, but she does have the right to be here.
Your Honor, I have no objection. And I will say, depending on when our expert, Mr. Newshatz, is able to be here, he is Jewish, so he's observing Rosh Hashanah today and tomorrow. But I do anticipate him wanting to sit in on the testimony of the officers who took the statement.
I believe you indicated that when we discussed expert testimony and when you continued to send emails asking for who was testifying, your response was you wanted your expert to sit in during the state's testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. So I have no objection to their, to report. And I make, no.
Call for the rule with the exception.
I'm sorry.
Are we ready to bring the jury in?
I believe so, Your Honor.
So it sounds like to me they have been discussing this morning what evidence is going to come in and not.
Have you all had an opportunity to
Got
review?
jury in the courtroom.
Thank you so much.
Did we get our coffee? Did we get our lunch?
Yes.
Are we awake?
Yes.
Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. This is the portion of the program where I give you some preliminary instructions. Last 2 days, you've been instructed that I would give you the law. Right now, I'm going to give you a basic outline of what to expect these next few going forward. The defendant has been charged by the state of Tennessee with a violation of state law. The document containing the charges is referred to as an indictment. An indictment is the formal accusation charging a defendant with a crime and is not evidence of anything. The defendant is charged with first-degree murder, premeditated killing, 2 counts. First-degree murder, killing in perpetration of aggravated child neglect, and especially aggravated kidnapping. The essential elements of first-degree murder, premeditated killing, and counts 1 and 2 of the indictment are as follows: that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, and that the defendant acted intentionally. Aggravated child neglect and count 3 of the indictment are as follows: that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, and that the killing was committed in the perpetration of, that is, that the killing was closely connected to the alleged aggravated child neglect and was not a separate, distinct, intended to commit the alleged aggravated child neglect. The essential elements necessary to constitute aggravated child neglect as to adversely affect the child's health and welfare, and that the act of neglect resulted in serious bodily injury to the child, and that the child was 8 years of age or less. The elements of first-degree murder have already been set out and are previously explained in count 1 and 2 of this indictment. The essential elements of aggravated child neglect in count 4 of the indictment are as follows: that the defendant knowingly neglected a child so as to adversely affect the child's health and welfare, that the act of neglect resulted in serious bodily injury to the child, and that the child was 8 years of age or less. The essential elements of especially aggravated kidnapping in count 5 of the indictment are as follows: that the defendant knowingly removed or confined another unlawfully so as to interfere substantially with the other's liberty, and that the alleged victim suffered. The defendant has pled not guilty to the charges. He is presumed innocent and may not be found guilty by you unless, after hearing all of the evidence, attorney's arguments, and instructions of law, the 12 jurors seated in this case unanimously find that the state has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. The first step in the trial will be the attorney's opening statements. After the state's opening statement, the attorney for the defendant may make an opening statement if he or she should choose. The state will present its evidence, physical exhibits, and documents. After the state completes its case in chief, the defense will have an opportunity to present evidence through witnesses and exhibits. A defendant is not required to put on any evidence or to testify. The burden is always on the state to convince you that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If the defense does present proof, the state may then put on what is known as rebuttal proof. After heard all of the evidence, the state and the defense may present final arguments. Likewise, closing arguments are not evidence. In closing arguments, the parties will attempt to summarize their cases. The final part of the trial occurs when I instruct you about the rules of law that you are to use in returning your verdict. After you hear my instructions, I will select and excuse the alternate jurors. The final 12 jurors will leave the courtroom together as a group. You will then begin your deliberations to make a decision in the case. Your verdict to anyone. Now that I have described in outline form the trial itself, let me explain the functions that you and I will perform during the trial. I will decide which rules of law apply to the case. My decisions will be reflected. It is your job to determine what the facts are from the evidence. You must then apply the law and my instructions to the facts, and from that application, you will arrive at a verdict. The state has the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and this burden remains on the state. Keep in mind that the defendant is presumed to be innocent. Thus, a defendant is not required to prove his innocence, to have his attorney make any statements or arguments, or to produce any evidence. You, as jurors, must decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed the crimes charged in the indictment. You must base that decision only on the evidence of the case and my instructions about the law. An important part of your job will be making judgments about the testimony of witnesses who testified. You should decide whether you believe what each person says and the importance of his or her testimony. In making that decision, I suggest you ask yourself a few questions. Have any particular reason not to tell the truth? Did the witness have an opportunity and ability to observe accurately the thing he or she appeared to understand? Did a witness's testimony differ from the testimony of other witnesses? These are some of the considerations that will help you determine the accuracy of each witness's testimony. In making up your mind and reaching a verdict, do not base any decisions on the fact that there were more witnesses on one side than on the other. Do not conclusion on a particular point. Just for witnesses testify on that point. You're not going to be testing perfect. Some of you have evidence that is direct evidence is direct proof of a fact, such as the testimony of an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is proof of facts from which you may infer or conclude that other facts exist. You may consider both kinds of evidence, which are considered to be of equal value in the law. You must listen carefully to the test of personal use during your deliberations. You're not required to take notes. Independent memory can be as precise as any written notes. During the course of the trial, you shall not talk with any witness, defendant, or attorney involved in this case. Please do not talk to them about any subject. You might see them in the hallway, on an elevator, or at some other location. If you do, perhaps the best standing rule is to not say anything. You should also not discuss the case amongst yourselves until I instruct you on the law and you start deliberating at the end of this case. It is important that you wait until all of the evidence is received and you have heard all of my instructions on the rules of the law before you deliberate amongst yourselves. During the course of the trial, you will receive all of the evidence you may properly consider. Because of this, you shall not attempt to do any research on your own or gather any information to be helpful. Do not engage in any outside reading, visit any locations mentioned in the case, or try to learn about the case outside of this courtroom in any other manner. There here in the courtroom. At times during the trial, an attorney may make an objection to a question that is asked by another attorney or to an answer that a witness gives. This simply means that the attorney is requesting that I make a decision about a particular rule of law. Do not draw any conclusion on that objection. My rulings only relate to the legal questions that I was determined to influence your thinking. If I sustain an objection, this will not be permitted to answer the question. Do not attempt to guess what that answer might have been had the witness been permitted to give it. Similarly, if I tell you not to consider a particular statement that was made, you should put that statement out of your mind and you may not refer to that statement in your deliberation. It is responsibility of the attorneys to present the evidence. You must decide this case based on the evidence that's presented to you. Finally, during the course of the trial, I may have to interrupt the proceedings to confer with the attorneys about the rules of law that should apply. In some cases, we may have bench conferences in the courtroom outside of your hearing. And in some instances, I may ask you to retire to the jury room. While we will attempt to resolve some of these issues in the mornings before we get started, in the long run, they save time for all of us. If after your deliberations you find a defendant guilty of any offense, there will be a second phase that we've already discussed during voir dire, in which we will have what we call a mini trial. And the state will put on additional proof and perhaps the defense will as well. But that's only a reading of the indictment.
May I approach?
Please.
State of Tennessee, Criminal Courts of Shelby County, July term 2022. Count 1. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee duly selected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire for the body of the County of Shelby, Tennessee. Upon their oath, present that Brandon Isabelle, between January 30th, 2022 and February 3rd, 2022, in Shelby County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully, intentionally, and with premeditation kill Danielle Hoyle in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-13-202 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed by the District Attorney General, Steve Mulroy. Count 2. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee, duly selected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire for the body of the County of Shelby, Tennessee, upon their oath, present that Brandon Isabelle, between July 30th, 2022 and February 3rd, 2022, in Shelby County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully, intentionally, and with premeditation kill Kennedy Hoyle in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-13-202 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. District Attorney General Steve Mulroy. Count 3. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee, duly selected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire for the body of oath, present that Brandon Isabelle, between January 2022 in Shelby County, Tennessee, and before finding of this indictment, did unlawfully and with the intent to commit -202 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Grand jurors of the state of Tennessee charged to inquire for the body of the County of Shelby, Tennessee. Upon their oath, present that 22 and February 3, 2022, in Shelby County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully and knowingly neglect Kennedy Hoyle, a child 8 years of age or less, so as to adversely affect the health and welfare of said child. Such act resulting in serious bodily injury to the said child, in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-15-402, against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed by the District Attorney General, Steve Mulroy. Count 5. State of Tennessee, duly selected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire for the body of the County, Shelby, Tennessee. Upon their oath, present that Brandon Isabelle, between January 30, 2022 and February 3rd, 2022, in Shelby County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully and knowingly remove or confine with the said Kennedy Hoyle, and said Kennedy Hoyle did suffer serious bodily injury in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-13-305 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed by the District Attorney General, Steve Mulroy. Indictment number 2203799. State of Tennessee versus Brandon Isabelle. A true bill signed by the foreperson of the grand jury on September 13th of 2022.
Excuse me, how does your defendant wish to plead to each count in the indictment?
Your Honor, as to the charges listed in the indictment, Mr. Isabelle pleads not guilty.
We do, Your Honor.
Go ahead, please.
It was the morning of February 2nd, 2022. Cold, bleak. Mud Island, where the Wolf River meets the Mississippi. It was colorless. Shades of gray and brown, except for a small baby cat. So I played. Isbelle got pregnant with Kennedy. The defendant then started dating another woman. She was the perfect woman. He wanted to be with Artesia, and he'd do anything to keep her. Late the night of January 30th of 2021, he went to the hospital, and during those late night hours and early morning hours, he was texting Artesia. Their relationship had been on the rocks for a while. Artesia didn't want to deal with another child, and the defendant was trying to convince her to stick with her. In the wee hours of January 31st, 2022, baby Kennedy Caitlin, Danielle in the hospital with her precious newborn daughter, Kennedy. She takes the baby home to meet her family, and her mother, April Campbell, gets to spend one precious hour with Kennedy. She didn't know that that was the only time she would get to spend with her granddaughter, and the last time that she would see her daughter Danielle alive. Danielle left that night in her Chevy Cruze. She had Kennedy in her car seat in the back seat, and she was going to meet the defendant. He said that he had baby clothes for her, and so they met at a Mapco on Brooks and Elvis Presley. Somehow, the defendant convinced Danielle to drive down Sedgwick Road where it meets Levi, a desolate, deserted, dark road. Danielle pulled to the side of the road, parked the wrong way. The defendant exited his vehicle, opened the passenger door, and fired her in the face and the head. He dragged her body from the car, leaving her face. All that could be seen were Danielle's bright pink shoes. He took Kennedy in her car seat, brought Danielle's car, put her in his Chevy Malibu, and drove away from the scene, leaving Danielle face down, blood gushing from her head in the muddy rainwater. With little Kennedy. He eventually made his way back to 8072 Lathbury in Cordova, which is where he lived with his parents. He went inside the house, changed clothes, put his Adidas slides in the trunk of his car, still in the car, not even 2 days old. He had one more problem to take care of. He drove to Mud Island, real-time crime cameras show his car going up and down, Island Drive, until he finally stops at the old boat ramp, where the mouth of the Wolf River and the meet. He from her car seat, threw her into the cold, dark water, not realizing that her little baby cap had fallen from her head. He got back into his car and during this night, he's home. The GPS is on and it's tracking everywhere he goes. A silent witness to a murderous night. He continues on to Walgreens, where he buys gifts for artists. Danielle. She'll never answer. Cover his tracks. Meanwhile, Officer Cody Sutton with the Memphis Police Department is on routine patrol. He's out of the Rains precinct, patrolling South Memphis, and he drives down Sedgwick Road. He knows the area. It's an area that commonly stolen cars are left. And so when he pulls up, he doesn't think anything of it. He sees a Chevy Cruze parked on the wrong side of the road. It looks like it has a shattered window. So he runs the tag. It's dark and raining. And the tag comes back to Danielle Hoyle. He sends officers home. They're investigating and they encounter her mother. April informed that she had a newborn with her, and they hadn't heard from her and didn't know where she was. Meanwhile, Officer Sutton is still on the scene at Sedgwick. Take a closer look, and he finds the gruesome discovery, Nell's body. Officer Sutton looked around. He found no baby. He found no car seat. Just a bag, a baby bag, with the name Kennedy in the Chevy Cruze to show that she was ever there. And to happen, the defendant has another stop to make. He drives to Walmart on Elvis Presley. He then pulls to the back of the Walmart and draws a car seat is later found by a good Samaritan and Burt Blake. He texting up in her Kia Soul, and she can't even make it in her door before the defendant is jumping into her car, telling her that they need to leave. Danielle's family is out looking for him. They want to know where Danielle and the baby are. So Artesia drives him back to 8072 Lathbury in Cordova. That's where the defendant and Artesia Stewart are detained by the Memphis Police Department. Sergeants Wimbush and Boyd with homicide began to question the defendant. And through that questioning, it becomes apparent that they need to go to Mud Island. And so a frantic search begins for baby Kennedy on Mud Island. The dive team with Dive Resource Agency with Agent Andy Tweedy. Numerous MPD officers on the ground, air support, a helicopter, a drone, looking for baby Kennedy. But they didn't find her. All they found was that baby cat on the riverbank. As Sergeant Boyd and Wimbush continued to speak with the defendant, more information came to light. Sergeant Fowler and Officer Cole went to 5061 Stacy Road, Artesia Stewart's home. That's where the defendant had left his car, the white Chevy Malibu. The Adidas slides that the defendant was wearing. Officer Carlisle took the clothing that the defendant was in when he was taken into custody. And he noticed that the defendant was wearing a pair of white socks with what looked to be blood on them. Assessed both the Adidas slides and those white socks and used a presumptive test which indicated blood. Those two items were then sent to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation for DNA testing. Agent Stephen Walzak did the testing on those items and determined that the blood on the socks and the Adidas slides belonged to Danielle Foyle. Ladies and gentlemen, once you've heard all the proof in this case, the witness accounts, the video, once you have heard all the evidence, the state each and every count of the indictment.
Does the defense wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Bear with me first. We talked in board, made the allegations, and they have. They did it through an indictment, and they did it through their opening statement. Now, it is up to them, the burden is on them to prove these allegations. To prove these allegations beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, we also talked about how you can't know for sure if truth. Truth when truth justification. Beyond a reasonable doubt is like the same thing. If there are two reasonable, supported by the evidence interpretations, at the end of this proof, and both are reasonable, the verdict must be not guilty. Ask you to hold the state to that burden of proof. Thank you.
State, you may call your first witness.
State calls Officer
No,
Cody
that
Sutton.
was a short opening statement.
Officer Sutton, come forward. Watch your step. Stand right here, face your honor, raise your right hand.
Good afternoon. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Please have a seat, watch your step, and I'll need you to speak up for the benefit of Madam Court Reporter.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state and spell your name for the jury?
It is Cody Sutton, CodySutton,
And where are you employed?
at Germantown Police Department.
How long have you been at Germantown?
A little over a year
Where were you before then?
at Memphis Police Department.
And how long were you with MPD?
5 years.
And is that where you were employed back in February of 2022?
Yes.
Now, back in February of 2022, where were you assigned?
At Rain Station.
And what shift were you working?
It was Delta shift at that time.
What does that mean?
It's 5 p.m. to 1 a.m. It's the hours that we worked.
And what area does Rain Station cover?
Whitehaven and Westwood.
Is that South Memphis?
Yes.
Now, were you familiar with the area of Levi and Sedgwick?
Yes.
Is that located in Memphis, Shelby County, Tennessee?
Yes.
What are the nearest larger streets?
You got Rains. It's been so long since I've been there. There's Rains. I think Brooks is one of the other closer ones.
All right.
Please approach. If I can get you to approach, we can address this. I'm sorry, pardon me, sir.
Did she reject the approach request? Sidebar. We got sidebar.
For the purposes of the record, I'm going to ask this witness to speak up for the benefit of counsel and as well as those who are joining us. If you, sir, could possibly raise your voice and maybe speak to that officer at the back door.
Yes.
And that may help us all, okay? Thank you. I'm sorry, I apologize for the intrusion.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Officer Sutton, can you describe the area of Levi and Sedgwick?
The area of Levi and Sedgwick is no houses or anything like that.
And when you would patrol that area, was that specific area known to you for a reason?
Yes, ma'am. Very.
That you were patrolling in that area?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you arrive on Levi and Sedgwick around 11:15 p.m.? Objection to meeting. It doesn't suggest an answer, Judge. You can answer yes or no.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Yes.
And what were the conditions that night?
It was cold. It was raining that night.
Did you see anything that drew your attention?
Yes, there was what appeared to be an abandoned vehicle on the side of the road.
Was it parked on the correct side of the road? Was it facing?
No, it was not.
Okay. Can you describe how it was parked?
It was parked on the left-hand side of the road facing the wrong direction.
I'm going to hand you a photograph and see if you recognize it.
Yes.
And what is that a photograph of?
That is a photograph of the vehicle that I found on the street.
And is that how it appeared to you that night?
Yes.
All right, I would ask that that be the state's first exhibit, Exhibit 1.
Hearing no objection, thank you. And it has not been pre-marked.
Your Honor, may I have permission to publish?
Go ahead, please.
Okay, so Officer Sutton, just to be clear, what are we seeing right here?
That is the vehicle that I located, Levi and Sedgwick, parked on the road facing our direction.
All right. So when you saw that vehicle, what was going through your mind at that point?
I thought it was either someone had left it there, parked it there, broken down, or it might be stolen.
Right. And what did you do?
I had officers go to the registered owner's address to see if they knew the whereabouts of their vehicle and wait for them to get back with me with that information.
And do you recall the name of the registered owner?
Off the top of my head, no.
And once officers went to that location, did you remain on the scene at Levi and Sedgwick?
Yes,
And did you receive information from those officers?
I did.
And what information did you receive?
They told me that
Objection to hearsay.
Judge, it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but to explain what the officer, the next actions that he took as a result of that information.
Your response?
Your Honor, then he can reply to what he did next. We don't need to provide the information that he was given through hearsay statements.
Sustain the objection.
Officer Sutton, once you received that information, what did you do?
I got out and checked the vehicle. And that's when I noticed there was blood on the driver's side door.
And did you continue to investigate?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you find?
I found the victim's body in the ditch next to the vehicle.
Did you also look for a baby?
Yes.
Did you locate a baby?
No.
And did you take that step because of information that you received?
Yes.
Now, when you initially arrived on Levi and Sedgwick and saw the vehicle, did you have body cam on at that time?
Not at first, no.
Once you discovered the body, did you then turn your body cam on?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you a flash drive and see if you recognize it.
Yes.
Is that a clip from your body cam from that night?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have the opportunity to do that?
Yes.
And are those in the flash drive?
Yes.
I'm going to ask that that exhibit.
Isabelle, 22-33799-4367, and initial red USB marked as Exhibit 2.
Your Honor, may I have permission to publish?
Go ahead, please.
Okay, so Officer Sutton, what are we seeing here?
That is a vehicle parked on the road. It's raining, it's dark.
And at this point in time, have you called for additional officers?
Yes.
And did you also call for paramedics?
Yes.
Is that protocol in a situation like this?
Yes. Looks like from the other vehicles that are on the scene.
Are there any street lights on Levi and Sedgwick?
No.
does this clip just continue to show the scene as you were there?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to hand you some photographs and see if you recognize them. If you would just look at that first photograph, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that a photograph of?
The victim's vehicle.
Or ask that that be the next exhibit?
No objection.
Space exhibit number 3.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And the next photograph?
Also the vehicle.
And can you describe which portion of the vehicle we're saying?
This is the, looks like the passenger side of the vehicle.
Or that ask that that be the next exhibit, exhibit 4?
Hearing no objection, mark it as exhibit 4, passenger view.
And Your Honor, we did review these before the witness video.
Thank you.
And the next photograph?
Also the passenger side, so we have a close up of the front end of the vehicle, front half of the vehicle.
Ask that that be exhibit 5? And the next photograph?
The driver's side of the vehicle, the broken front driver's side window.
I'd ask that that be exhibit 6. And the last photograph?
It's going to be the interior of the front driver's seat, broken glass, blood on the seat.
May I have permission to publish them? Go ahead, please. So Officer Sutton, right here, what are we seeing?
That is the victim's vehicle parked on the left-hand side of the road.
And that was, for the record, exhibit 3. Now we're looking at exhibit 4. What are we seeing?
The passenger side of the vehicle.
And does it appear that there's something hanging out of the passenger side?
Yes.
And that is exhibit 4. Exhibit 5. What are we seeing here?
Also the passenger side of the vehicle, the front half of it.
Was there anything about this side of the vehicle?
Not,
And exhibit 6. What are we seeing here?
is the driver's side of the vehicle, broken window.
Exhibit 7. What is this?
The inside of the front driver's seat, broken glass, and blood on the seat.
I'm going to hand you another flash drive and see if you recognize it.
Yes.
Is that another clip from body cam from the scene?
Yes.
And are you actually visible in that clip?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that that be exhibit 8.
Another tiny envelope, body worn camera clip 2, with a blue USB with CS on the back.
Your Honor, may I have permission to publish?
Go ahead, please.
Okay, Officer Sutton, what are we seeing?
That is the vehicle. The victim's body is laying next to the vehicle in the ditch.
And are you actually in this video? Let me rewind a little bit.
Yes.
Is that now, at this point, other officers are arriving, is that correct?
Yes.
And who begins to work the scene? How is that assigned?
First, we contact our super that take care of the scene.
And can you explain to the jury what felony response is?
Felonies here, they would come out, they pretty much took over the scene that way.
Are they the after hours people?
Yeah.
Okay. And then at some point, did homicide make the scene?
Yes.
And was crime scene also out there?
Yes.
So is it fair to say there were several bureaus out there working the scene?
Yes.
And I hand you 2 more photographs.
Victim's body.
And is that how it looked when you discovered the body?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that that be the next exhibit, exhibit 9. And Officer Sutton, the next photograph, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that a picture of?
It's a picture of the vehicle with the body in the ditch next to it.
Your Honor, I'd ask that that would be the state's exhibit number 10. May I have permission to publish, Your Honor?
Go ahead, please.
Okay, what are we seeing in this photograph?
That is the victim's body lying in the ditch next to the vehicle.
And that was exhibit 9. Exhibit 10. What are we seeing in this photograph?
It's a wider view of the victim's body next to the vehicle.
And at that point in time, has anybody moved the body?
No.
The light that we're seeing, where is that coming from?
The vehicles that are on the scene, flashlights.
When you initially pulled up on that vehicle, were you able to see a body?
No.
Now, looking back that evening, did you hear something earlier coming from that area?
I heard gunshots that could possibly have come from that area.
And did you end up remaining at Levi Sedgwick that night while the investigation was going forward?
Yes.
Pass the witness.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Sutton, this was a very dark area, right?
Yes.
Heavily wooded,
Yes.
a 2-lane road. You indicated that people often would abandon stolen cars.
Right.
Is that area in general a somewhat high crime area?
Yes.
And there were actually several different types of shell casings out on that street,
Correct.
right in the area where this happened. And there are no cameras recording what's going on that part of the street.
No, ma'am.
And the casings that were found, they were of multiple calibers.
Right.
And when you first happened upon the scene, that was the only vehicle there,
Yes.
and Ms. Hoyle was the only person there.
Yes.
Do you recall how many different types of calibers were on the scene?
I don't.
Do you recall it being multiple
Yes.
calibers? And do you recall it being multiple casings?
Yes.
Do you recall at least one of them being a .40 caliber?
I don't recall.
And you had indicated that earlier you had possibly heard gunshots.
Yes.
That was not what drew you to the area then, right?
No.
And when you arrived on the scene, you did not know how long the car had been there.
No.
You did not know how long Ms. Hoyle had been there.
No.
You didn't actually see any of these events unfold.
No.
You don't know what was happening at the time the events unfolded.
No.
And just for clarity, you had said 23:14 on the time for non-military time speak. That'd be 11:14 p.m., right?
Correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Any redirect from the state?
Just briefly, Officer Sutton, you said that this was a high crime area, is that right?
Yes.
The street signs that we see on Levi and Sedgwick, is there anything out of the ordinary about those?
Multiple bullet holes in any of the street signs in that area.
That's all I have, thank you.
May I follow up briefly, please? Is this an area where it is uncommon to hear bullet or gunshot?
No.
Is that something that you often hear even in these more secluded areas?
Yes.
Do you drive down Levi and see it Sedgwick often?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you hear gunfire frequently when you were driving along Levi and Sedgwick?
Usually when I was driving on Levi and Sedgwick, no.
Okay, but in that area?
Yeah.
Okay, you heard gunshots frequently in that area?
Yes.
That's all I have.
Thank you. You may step down. Please call your next witness.
State calls Deshaun Cole.
Mr. Cole, come forward. Watch your step. Turn on your face, trying to raise your right hand.
Pardon me, sir.
No problem.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please watch your step. Have a seat and speak up for the benefit of Madam Court Reporter. Thank you.
Would you please state and spell your name?
AWN. Last name's Cole, C-O-L-E.
And where are you employed?
Memphis Fire Department.
How long have you been with the Memphis Fire Department?
17 years.
And what is your position there?
Lieutenant / paramedic.
And you made a scene at Levi and Sedgwick on February 1st, 2022 into February 2nd of 2022.
Yes, I did.
And do you recall, what were you responding to?
If I'm correct, it was a party down.
Now, when you arrived at that location, were police already on the scene?
Yes.
Can you describe the conditions?
It was raining. All you see is police lights, and it was cold that night.
Was it a well-lit area?
No, ma'am.
And describe what you found when you arrived.
Hey, we were told to go and there's a young lady laying in the ditch. We got the assessment.
I'm going to hand you a USB drive and see if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
And is that video from the scene?
Yes.
And are you actually in that video?
Yes, I am.
And you had a chance to review it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'd ask that this be the next.
Okay, we got here a clip with initials of BC, another tiny envelope, state versus Brandon Isabelle. Thank you.
May I have permission to publish?
Go ahead, please.
What is happening?
We're assessing the patient to see if the patient is alive or not.
And was there anything that you were able to do for the patient at that point?
So, ma'am,
What did you specifically do?
we assessed her, checked her, to see if she was breathing anything, put some electrodes on to see if she had any heart activity.
And what did you determine?
That she was alive.
Is she being hooked up with the electrodes at this point? Is that what's happening?
It would take a moment.
And what was that 1206? What was going on there?
The time of death, we called her, that she opened out here.
And were you the one that actually pronounced death?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been entered as exhibit. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Is that the patient that you went out to? I'll pass the witness.
Go ahead, please.
When you say the time of death was declared at 12:06 a.m., That's the time it was declared, not the actual time of death, right?
Correct, from us.
That's all I have.
Any redirect? Thank you, sir. You may sit down.
Mr. Foster, come forward. Watch your step. Stand right here, face your, raise your right hand.
You solemnly
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please watch your step and speak up. For the benefit of Madam Clerk.
For the jury.
Mario Foster, MARIOFOSTER,
And where,
Fire Department,
and what do you do for MFD?
Advanced EMT.
Now, did you respond to a call in late night, February 1st of 2022 to the early morning of February 2nd, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the station you were assigned to at that time?
Station 39 on Elvis Presley and Range Road.
And did you go to a call at in the area? You also with paramedic Vashon Cole?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the scene when you got there?
We pulled up, police were on scene, dark back road. It was raining, cold that night.
Now, why did you do that?
Being able to purse and anything to identify the patient.
I'm going to hand you a photograph and see if you recognize it.
Give me a second, please. There's been an objection made. Would you like to respond?
Your Honor, we'll move past that. Thank you. Exhibit 12. Your Honor, may I have permission to publish? Go ahead, please. So you looked inside the vehicle to see if you could identify who the patient was, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And this was the vehicle that you looked into?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are we seeing right here?
Diaper bag, backseat in the backseat of the car.
And was there a name on the diaper bag?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the name? Now, when you were on the scene, did you see a baby?
No, ma'am.
Now, later that morning, did you end up at Rains Precinct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you doing there?
So we received a call unrelated to this call. If I remember correctly, it was an altercation between two people, and they called us to assess those patients.
And what happened when you went into Rains Precinct?
So as we were assessing those patients, we saw a lady walk in, and who we later found out was the mom of the young lady who we had just left. And a few moments after she walked in, we just heard a lot of yelling and screaming from her and the family members as she walked in.
And
Did you stand by in case any medical needs presented themselves?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the demeanor of that woman?
At the time, she just walked in, just normal. And again, like I said, after she found out, the news, she just broke down, started crying and screaming.
I'll pass the witness.
Go ahead, please.
No questions, Your Honor?
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Please. Pardon me, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be right with you. Please come forward. Thank you.
Hey guys, I went and got me some more coffee. I need some. What do I think about the judge? Do I think the judge is fair so far? I'm not sure. I'm
Are we
still
ready?
on the fence.
Sure. Do your upper arm, right?
Yeah, I'm a little frustrated. I'm deaf and I'm really struggling to follow along with them. Thank you for the closed captioning, and Angela, because I wouldn't be able to follow along. Yeah. I think since nobody was in the courtroom, they went ahead and allowed him to help. I mean, he just went ahead and helped him, but that's unusual, very much unusual. So, yeah. So we got our coffee. They have a Starbucks here, but unfortunately it closed at 2. And I'm like, no, I want my Starbucks. But probably shouldn't be having it. I won't go to sleep tonight. Let me look. Okay, June, I turned it up all the way. It's as loud as I can get it. I know, right? Shocker. Shocker, 8 is usually too loud. Well, Jennifer's not sleeping right now, so we're good. It's parking here is $25 a day. That's a lot. We'll see.
There's so many wires Yeah. Okay. Well, if you don't need
So
anything, or
I'm going to have my cup of coffee.
No.
I know,
We'll
right?
see how it is. Thank you.
Well, and I'm trying to be respectful when the nurse comes in. I know, $25 a day for parking. And it says on the thing, $20 a day. And someone left and they said, no, it was 25. And so the state of Texas, parking is free. Parking fees are, I thought that's right, I have a handicap place. They should waive my parking for free. Well, I'll try that and then I'll save the other thing. And then if it works, I'll give it to her.
So does Lisa. She has handicapped as well.
Okay, well, I'll find out. I'll call down to security a little later today
Okay.
and I'll find out.
Okay.
Thank you. I forgot about that. That's right. But there's places I've been that charge parking to handicap as well. All right, guys, I'll be back.
Does the state have time to speak with your victim witness coordinator?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, she is,
And she addressed those 2 issues?
yes.
Thank you. Katie. So fun fact. You can enter from there. Yeah, you can enter from that side, so you don't have to crawl over your fellow jurors. We're not here to make it any more complicated than it has to be, okay? In either side. State Tennessee, call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. State Sergeant Jerry.
Stand right here, face your honor, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly
I swear.
have a seat, watch your step? Sergeant Klein, speak up for me.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. If you could, state your name and spell it for the jury and court.
Sergeant Jeremy Klein, Jeramy, last name Cline.
All right, I see you're carrying a gun. Where do you work?
I work for Memphis Police Department in the Homicide Bureau.
Were you assigned to homicide back on February 2nd of 2022?
I was.
And do you recall homicide involving Danielle Boyle and Kennedy?
That's correct.
Did you get assigned some tasks on that particular case?
Yeah, my original task was to meet with April Hoyle at their house and kind of get as much information I can about Danielle's movements. However, when I arrived there, she wasn't there. She had changed locations over to Rain Station Precinct, and that's where I ended up meeting with April Hoyle.
And did you have to deliver the news to her or deliver some bad news to her?
I did. I basically told her that we found her daughter's vehicle and that we had found a female that had been killed outside the vehicle. At that moment, we didn't know if it was Danielle or not, just because the identity hadn't been known to us. But I did inform Miss April that we were investigating a homicide.
Did you also look into an Apple Watch?
I did. At some point in time, we did return back over to April's house where Danielle's Apple Watch was at. April was able to give me the Apple Watch and give me the passcode to the Apple Watch. So we brought it back to the precinct and started going through some of the past messages that was inside the watch.
And you were looking for things relevant to potential homicide or disappearance of a child?
That's correct.
Were you able to find some things that were relevant or a text that was relevant?
I did. I found a text that came in on February the 1st from a contact that was listed by Brandon. In that text, they were talking about the child, Kennedy, is what it seemed like. And Brandon's basically saying that he needed to be a father to his own child and was asking for the Kennedy to be aborted. And this is like a screenshot of a message that she had.
I'm going to pass forward some photographs for the record. This defense has viewed those, and those are kind of in order. you recognize the photograph?
I do.
What do you recognize this to be?
This is the photograph of the Apple Watch that I looked through.
And there's 3 of them, because we had to take 3 to get the whole message, is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, if we could have this marked as the next exhibit, as a collective.
Collective exhibit number 13. And this is 3 photos.
Yeah, if we could,
Go ahead, please.
post those. I'll put the first one up, Sergeant Klein. Make that, also zoom in on that a little bit. Sergeant Klein, if you could, read this word.
It says, I can't be a father to the kid right now. I have to be a father to my first child. I haven't been doing that. I don't want you to go through what you're going through with Dad not being around twice. You deserve better than what I've been doing to you. If you love me like you say you do, then let's end this mistake, Danielle. Let's talk to these doctors tomorrow and let's both hear them and have them understand where we're coming from. I got to sit.
And
Yeah.
go to the next one here. Zoom in on that. I think you stopped it. I gotta sit.
Yeah, I'm looking for it now. Like, I got to sit back and find myself with.
Third, I think just go to the third one. I think it has. There we go.
Yeah, it says, Brandon, bye. Just stop texting me and go about your business. I don't need you and talking to them. They still not going to do it. I'm going on 5 months now.
All right. And Sergeant Klein, was that the only things that you could find that were relevant within the Apple Watch?
Yes, sir.
Did you consider or think about trying to, download or dump the entirety of the watch?
At the time, Memphis Police Department did not possess the technology to be able to extract the messages from the watch the way we had, and I don't think we were in possession of Danielle's phone.
All right. And is that everything that you did with respect to this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No further questions, Judge.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. What was the date on that text of the watch?
So it was a snapshot when it was retransmitted. I'm not sure to who or from, but when it was retransmitted, the date of the transmission was February 1st, 2022.
That wasn't the date that it originated, was it?
That I won't know when it actually originated.
I'm confused. The 2/1/22, was that on the watch?
That was the day that the transmission of that snapshot was sent. So basically, the way it works is this was a screenshot of a text message between Brandon and who I'm assuming would be Danielle. From that text message, it was retransmitted to whom, I don't know, but it's retransmitted on the 1st, showing that mark, that conversation.
So we wouldn't know when that first text message came in. You don't have any evidence of when that first text message.
Reading the text message, I would imagine about 5 months along. Danielle was pregnant about 5 months along.
That would be your correct milestone. wouldn't it?
Correct.
That's- And also, you were involved with Artisha as well, Artisha Stewart.
I don't recall. I might have been, but I don't recall.
Did you help with the interrogation of Artisha Stewart?
At this time, if I did, I took notes. I don't have those notes in front of me, and I do not recall.
Case coordinator here, that wasn't you, was it?
That was not me.
That was Jacoba Boyd.
That's correct.
And would you tell the jury, please, what a case coordinator is? What they do?
Basically, case coordinator, or what we also refer to as lead investigator, he is the person who is in charge to make sure certain tasks are done within the case. He will assign people to do things for the case. or he himself has to ensure that they get done, such as search warrants, supplements, basically keeping the notes of the case and to make sure that it is moving forward and that we're progressing to maybe charging the suspect in the crime.
So he's kind of up here, and the people he's giving things to do are down below him, and he's giving them tasks.
Well, yes, sir. In a sense, yes, sir.
And those people that he gives tasks oftentimes write reports and send them to him,
That is correct.
and he makes decisions based on that.
Correct.
No other questions, thank you, sir.
Any redirect from the state?
There you are.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. That's all that you have for today?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our business for today. You have plans, and I have to get you out of here. Again, you are not to discuss anything you think you may know. I can assure you you don't. You are not to do any independent research. You may talk freely about anything else except what has happened here today with anyone at any time until I give you instructions to do so. Are we all clear? I'll see you in the morning. Get some rest. Don't overdo it tonight with the food and the snacks. Leave your notebooks here. We'll take care of it.
Excuse me, the notebooks in the chair, watch your step, and you step down.
Have a great night. Get some rest. Thank you. And y'all still didn't go out on the other side. It's fine.
Let's go on, I'll show you.
It's fine.
Upset his
Follow
routine.
right here. I'm giving you options. Good night.
He's making sure everybody's okay.
He's our team leader. All right, so it is now 3:31. We will adjourn here shortly. What time do you want to pick up in the morning? What time do you have your fifth witness ready to come in? Mr. Christensen, Mr. Steele, Ms.
I think ideally for us, I know that I was talking with Ms. Fuchs.
You all may be seated while we
Maybe,
discuss this.
I think we can get a lot of proof on tomorrow. Maybe 8 witnesses or so, maybe possibly up to Sergeant Wimbush. I think if we could start at 10 o'clock, that would be ideal for us.
That's late.
Whatever the court wants to sign, we'll start.
I'm thinking we start at 9. We have a lot to go. We have 4 witnesses down, at least
9 o'clock fine.
27. No one else has any other courtroom business anywhere, do they? We could be here at 9. Can we have the jurors here at 9? Wait. What's on the docket? 0 on the docket. We start at 9. Adjourn, please.
All rise. This court is now adjourned to 9 a.m. tomorrow morning for trial.
Okay, guys, so the day is over. My gosh, y'all, I knew this was going to be a short day because I started so late. So what? 8 o'clock my time tomorrow? Oh, I got to be in court at 8 a.m. Okay, 8 a.m. tomorrow, we'll be in court. I'll set everything up. We'll be watching. Oh, that poor precious baby. That poor precious baby. Oh my gosh. Okay, guys, so I am going to be taking care of my friend. Like I said, we are in the hospital. She is, not me. And I'm taking care of her. And as soon as we have all the results, hopefully tomorrow, then we can decide what's going to happen. But I want to thank all of y'all for your love and support and your prayers. We will see all of you first thing, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, my time. June, I am so sorry. Maybe you can sleep in. And Angela, thanks for hostessing. June, thanks for hostessing. And y'all have a fabulous, fabulous rest of your day. And we will see y'all manana. Peace out.
Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.